passion have not deterred Jazza Dickens or Anto Cacace on their journey, only strengthened their determination to reach the destination. With the fruits of their hard labour finally realised, their paths finally meet. There's mutual respect for the path either have trodden, but in order to move forward, one must go through the other. Who can add to their legacy? This is Fight Night Live on the talkSPORT network. The party is in full swing. It's St Patrick's weekend in Dublin, Ireland. I'm Adam Cattrall. It is a pleasure to always be in your company for these big nights. And alongside me, once again, the one and only Mr. Gareth A. Davies. The main event tonight is Jazza Dickens and Cacace for the WBA Super Featherweight Championship of the World. We've got a great co-main event. We've got a great roster of fights for you this evening, and plenty of top chat as well as we get stuck into that heavyweight chat. Usyk, Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua, the whole works on the programme this evening. Gareth, how the devil are you?
Very well, and delighted to be in Dublin here at the North Wall on Dublin's docks. A tiny little bit of history about this Three Arena, originally called The Point. It was a train, end of the train station where the trains turned. We're in an arena tonight where we've got 3 rows of seats behind us and about 60,000 in front of us, and it feels in this arena like there are 60,000 people. There'll only be 12 to 14,000 maximum here tonight, but it's an extraordinary semicircular arena where the noise reverberates off the back wall. As we all know, Ireland have won the rugby today. They've all come over from Croke Park. People have been celebrating. We got the Celts in here tonight.
The Aviva. The game was
the
at the
Aviva.
Aviva.
Sorry, the Aviva. With Croke Park, we'll come with Katie Taylor.
We'll do that later.
Who I will interview. But this is a place where Nassim Hamid has fought before. It was called a cauldron, a bear pit. It's a place where Conor McGregor defeated Diego Brandao. It's got a historicity of great fights, of being known as a bear pit. And we've already witnessed that tonight. Because when the Irish come to fight, they come to drink, they come to celebrate, and they come to enjoy the joy of fighting, and that's what we'll see tonight. By the way, finally, Anto Cacace trying to take the world title from Jazza Dickens. For me, it's a genuine 50-50 and is potentially going to be one of the fights of the year.
Well, we're living in a time, aren't we, where commerciality and people's profiles are boosting them into a place of opportunity. These two lads have absolutely earned the right to be here tonight. These lads have been professionals for the best part of 15 years. The path hasn't been straight, it's been zigzags, there's been bumps, there's been bruises along the way, but they seem to be arriving at this particular point in a very similar situation, at the very height of their careers. One's 34, one's 37, they've not taken a backward step, and tonight I think we're going to get a cracking main event.
Well, I was there in Istanbul in July, with several of us were there, of course, where Jazza Dickens dethroned the former Olympic gold medalist Albert Batagaziev, and I'm looking forward to Spencer Oliver saying that name all night, because we've been practicing it in the Clayton, where the Scottish rugby team were today with us as well. But like you say, Cacace, his last 3 victories, Lee Woods, or Joe Cordina, Josh Warrington, Lee Woods, brilliant in his last 9 fights. I do favour Cacace somewhat in this fight, but Jazza Dickens is a genuine Rocky story, a genuine rise from the rags to riches. And I just think it's an amazing main event tonight.
Let's bring in that man that you've just been speaking about there, the Mr. Spencer Oliver, who's been running ragged all over Dublin throughout the course of the week, enjoying himself. But tonight, Spence, we've got a cracking fight in that main event. Just concentrating on that. We've got one guy in Cacace, who's 37 years of age, coming into his 26th professional bout this evening. Jazza Dickens, slightly younger at 34, but this is fight number 42. There's a lot more miles on the clock of the WBA champion.
There is, but he's like a fine wine. He seems to have matured, he's grown into it, and he's done it the hard way. Like Gareth said, these guys are road warriors, you know. They've had their backs up against the wall, and that fight he was talking about out in Istanbul with Albert Batagaziev.
Well done.
The former Olympic gold medalist. He went out there and he obliterated him, took him apart in 4 rounds, 4 one-sided rounds, and the manner that he'd done it was so workmanlike. You go, and I tell you what happens with that. When a fighter goes and wins the world title and he ends up with the target on his back, that elevates him to another level. So let's see how Jazza Dickens performs here tonight, because although he's the champion, he is coming into the lion's den tonight for sure. You know, you look at Cacace and the performances he's had, you know, that when he was the underdog out in Saudi Arabia and he went and ripped the title, the IBF title, from Joe Cordina, and the wins against Lee Wood, and, you know, the brilliant performances against Josh Warrington. You look at that and you go, this is a real 50-50 fight.
There's also legacy on the line tonight for both of these guys, in particular Cacace. We know he's a man from Belfast, travelling down here to Dublin, bringing a ton of fans with him, of course, but right in front of us as part of the DAZN commentary team is the one and only Mr. Carl Frampton, who's a good friend of Cacace. Carl managed to do it, multiple-time champion, multiple-weight champion. Big chance tonight for Cacace to go into those history books as a 2-time super featherweight champion.
Absolutely right, and when you look at the Ring magazine rankings at the moment, with Emmanuel Navarrete at #1 and Oshaki Foster at #2, Anto sits there at #3 at the moment.
Yeah.
I think
Jazza.
Jazza's #8 in the Ring magazine rankings, but I think if he performs brilliantly tonight, Cacace, my feeling is that I'm on that Ring magazine ranking panel, that we really need to think about him potentially moving up a position. I think he's capable. If he shows his wares, as we expect, or I expect him to do, I'm picking him to win on points tonight. If he does that, I think he deserves a fight with one of those two guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I'm all for the unifications. You've got Navarrete, who beat Sugar Nunes a couple of weeks ago to snaffle 2 of the belts in this division, and you've also got Oshaki Foster, who you've rightfully pointed out. But let's not forget, part of the narrative this evening, there's a reason why Ryan Gardner's on this card. He's got a relatively straightforward knock. He's very highly ranked with the WBA. I wouldn't be surprised if George Warren here at Queensbury, maybe take him back to his hometown on the south coast where he's selling a boatload of tickets, and take the world champion there as well. And I don't think the world champion, whoever it is, whether it is Jazza or whether it is Cacace, I don't think they'll be against that, Spence.
Yeah, Catman, I think you've nailed it right there. I think I think that is the plan here. Ryan Gardner gets the victory tonight. He boxes the winner of this main event, and it will be at Southampton Football Club. That's what I believe will happen, and that is a huge fight. Ryan Gardner, another kid who's come out of sort of nowhere, and he's done it the hard way. You know, British, Commonwealth, European, worked his way up the rankings, and another kid deserving of a shot. So it's a fantastic card we got here tonight. You look through this card, you've got a mixture of prospects, kids making debuts, you know, this opportunities for world titles, and you know, and opportunities for unification titles as well.
Spence, just coming back to you on the main event, keys to victory. Was it won and lost for both of these guys?
Well, Jazza Dickens, I think that he's very workmanlike in his performances, and against Batagaziev, you looked at that, he went out there, southpaw style, and he was, you know, he just systematically broke the guy down, and you know, went against the odds in the other guy's backyard, so there's no pressure on his shoulders, and I think that's what he likes. He likes to be that guy. He's a Cinderella man. You know, I think for Cacace, we know he's a very good body puncher. He brings the arms down, he works the body, even though he's tall at 5'10", huge for a super featherweight, big broad shoulders as well, but he likes to work the body, bring the hands down before switching the attacks to the head. I think for Dickens, he's just got to keep picking away, trying to pick up the rounds in and out, using the footwork is key here. And for Cacace, he's going to look to wear his man down, which I expect him to do, and get the job done, possibly in the penultimate rounds, 10, 11, 12.
And also, when you've got two southpaws, it's normally a very technical, angular battle, isn't it?
And Cacace's not a southpaw, he's an orthodox. He's an orthodox. I know it says that on BoxRec. I've spoke to him about it in this week.
But he can do both.
No, he boxes orthodox. Okay. I spoke to him about it, but it does say that, because I said that in one of the earlier broadcasts, whereas I thought they were two southpaws, but he's actually not a southpaw, and he's going to come out orthodox.
Okay,
whether he switches, we'll have a look, but he is better as an orthodox.
Well, we're in for a cracker. Obviously, the atmosphere is heightened today with a great win for Ireland in the rugby against Scotland, which happened a few hours ago. And of course, it is St Patrick's weekend, so everybody's in a good mood and the celebrations are raucous. And hopefully that main event can deliver. We've got a fantastic supporting cast. As well as that, I just want to quickly, before Thomas Treiber gets to it, tell you that we've got Pierce O'Leary taking on Maxi Hughes. Maxi came in very late notice. It's a cracking fight, that one. Keep an eye on it. And we've also got a couple of other fights to keep attention, including a heavyweight debut for Adam Alemanier as well. Lots of talk about him in the Queensberry stable, who've got a lot of heavyweights, of course, on their roster. He's an Irish heavyweight that a lot of people are talking about, and he makes his debut tonight, and we'll be across that for you as well. I can see Thomas Treiber in the ring right now with his microphone, ready to introduce our first fight, and that first fight is going to be John O'Carroll and Colm Murphy.
Wide on DAZN. Let's first welcome to the ring from Belfast, Colm Posh Boy Murphy.
Elite choice of music, let me just tell you, getting us off to a right storming start with a bit of bow and slippy. Colm Murphy, undefeated through his fledgling career, with a massive step up tonight. We were speaking to him in the week, weren't we, Spencer? And he is raw, he is talented, but he's going to be in with a seasoned vet tonight. Experience seemed to be a lot of the conversation that we were talking about in the build-up to this one.
Absolutely. Listen, Colm Murphy is the favourite going into this one. He's the bookie's favourite, but like you say, he is raw, he's inexperienced at this level. Yes, he's got a high output, he likes to come forward, he's very tenacious, he likes working the head very well, but does lift his chin up in the air sometimes, doesn't move off the line enough for me at the moment, where he just looks for that victory, but he's got to think about defence as well, not just offence, defence. And that may be a problem for him with someone like John O'Carroll, who likes to box out of a smaller stance. He switches a little bit, throws a lot of hooks in as well. Interesting this fight, this one, because coming of age fight for Colm Murphy, a calculated gamble, but he's in against a seasoned veteran.
And obviously this is super feather as well. He's 16-0, Colm Murphy. Only 6 KOs. The posh boy is getting a proper test against a very seasoned man fighter, in my view, tonight.
Well, he's entered the ring,
And now let's welcome to the ring from Dublin, Jono King Kong Carroll.
Here he comes, Jono King Kong Carroll. I think everybody remembers this tune, don't they? There's a certain Irish MMA fighter that comes out to this particular song, and the Three Arena already is on its feet to welcome the man from Dublin, who hasn't fought in Dublin for a very long time. He, like Jazza Dickens, are now based out of Dubai, and they had a little bit of an ordeal getting here for fight week, but he's on the stage now and he's drinking it in. There is a trinket attached to this, and depends on how well you value the IBO in the world of World Championships. Jono is referring to this as a world title fight, and one of the things that he said, Gareth, in the press conference was that he wants his kids to be able to refer to him when they go to school as that they've got a dad that's a world champion. He's been around the block. It's a big opportunity for him tonight.
But this is a guy capable of pulling upsets, remember. He's known for it. He's King Kong for a reason. He'll use all his machismo against Posh Boy tonight, and he will try and outman him. He'll try and old man him in this fight. I think it's his 30th bout tonight. As I say, he lost to Albert Batagaziev, by the way, but he is a world-class fighter in my view. And I think, I agree with Spencer, this might be a little bit too much, a little bit soon for Murphy tonight, who looks like a choir boy in there right now.
Posh Boy's the nickname, Posh Boy, that's what they're going with. But here he comes, making his way past us, John O'Carroll. Big opportunity for him tonight. Only 33 years of age. He's a boy that turned professional when he was 19. He has been around the block. He's been in with everybody. He's got a great victory on his resume against world champion Scott Quigg, although Quigg was coming to the end of his career at the time of that victory. But Carroll tonight has an opportunity in front of his home fans to really shine. Cole Murphy just derobing right in front of me as King Kong himself jumps through the ropes, sprints across and welcomes and takes the adulation from the home fans. Into the ring for MC Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to World Championship Boxing from 3 Arena in Dublin, Ireland. It is all being brought to you by Frank Warren for Queensberry, along with their great sponsors. Unibet, 32 Red, That Prize Guy, Global Next Trade, and Riyadh Season. A big thanks to those great sponsors. We get things started with 12 rounds scheduled, and it will be for the vacant IBO Super Featherweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the Boxing Union of Ireland, Chairman Mel Crystal, along with the International Boxing Organization, President Ed Levine, Supervisor Jason Levine. The judges are Glenn Feldman, Jean Robert Lane, and Benoit Roussel. Our referee in charge, third man in the ring, will be Roberto Ramirez Jr. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing black with purple and weighed in officially at 129.1 pounds. Coming to us from Belfast, Northern Ireland, he brings an undefeated record with 16 wins. 6 of his 16 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the undefeated former Celtic, Irish, and EBU silver champion and the current Commonwealth champion, Colm Posh Boy Murphy. And his opponent across the ring in this World Championship contest, he is fighting out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing white with green and gold and weighed in the same as his opponent, 129.1 pounds. His professional record consists of 25 wins, 3 defeats, 1 draw. 7 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the former world title challenger from right here, Dublin, Ireland, Jono King Kong Carroll.
Well, gentlemen, this is an IBO world title fight. We were instructed in the dressing room already, but remember, when I say break or stop, is one step back with the landing punches. And punches are good over the hip, this area here. And I'm clear. Okay, please. God bless you both.
Final instructions from the referee. You are listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT 2. We're also live on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel where we're streaming. You can get involved with our watch along and you'll be able to see our commentary team calling you through this first fight between John O'Carroll and Colm Murphy. That commentary team is Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
Good evening, everybody, and we've got a good fight to start off here. Not a lot to choose between them. John O'Carroll, as you heard, got a great reception from the Dublin crowd. Colm Murphy from Belfast, a marginal favourite. He's around about even money with most bookies. Dick and Carroll 6-5 against. Tell you what, though, I mean, I've seen Carroll through his long career, and he never has a dull fight.
No, he certainly doesn't. He's an entertainer. You can see the crowd has turned out for Carroll here this evening. It's a homecoming for him. He's fallen short at that very top level, but he gets an opportunity here for the IBO world title, and what an opportunity it is against a very young, tenacious kid in Cole Murphy, undefeated but untested at this level.
Murphy, who suffers from dyslexia and other conditions. He says he's aiming to inspire kids with learning difficulties and with such problems as autism with his performances in the boxing ring. Well, we'll see what he can deliver tonight. He's the taller man, stands around 12'10", against the heavily bearded Carroll, who's about 5'7", fights out of the southpaw stance. And what aggressive moves there've been so far, and there've been precious little in this opening round to date. They've largely come from Carroll.
Yep, Carroll boxing nicely, controlling the space very well. Cole Murphy is the guy that's taking the centre of the ring. He is the guy that pushes forward. He has a high output of punches, but he's just taking his time, taking a look at Carroll, who just slips and throws the jab to the body, boxing out of that southpaw style.
There was just the worry, the feeling that John O'Carroll, now 33 years old, maybe, and I say maybe, just over the top. A couple of body shots going from Carroll, right hands, and they've brought reddening already to the very pale body of Cole Murphy. And Carroll also got in with a right hand over the top, a looping shot aimed towards the side of Murphy's head.
Yep.
Already shaping up to be an interesting one.
Yeah, it certainly is. Carroll, as I say, he's the guy with the experience, and you can sense that in there now as he whips the right hook over the top of the left-hand lead there of Cole Murphy. Murphy's got to be careful of that. As I said, he walks in straight lines, needs to move his head off the line, because I think that looking at this one here, John O'Carroll has come with a game plan, and that game plan is to counter that left-hand lead of Murphy.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Carroll just switching to an orthodox stance now to continue in the last 20 seconds or so of this round. Aims a big right hand towards Murphy, but it whistled through thin air. Carroll's not quite the power puncher that his style would suggest. He's only got 7 stoppage wins and his 25 victories. Been a fairly close opening round as he gets in with a right hand, Carroll, and I think he did enough to take that opener.
Yeah, he certainly did. He was calculated there, Carroll, boxing around the perimeter of the ring, looking to counter-punch there as Murphy was the guy stalking forward. He was looking to break through the guard of Carroll, but just couldn't do that. Carroll countering very well with that right hook over the top, and he landed one just before the bell went there. Is that the warning sign here? Murphy sitting in the red corner, just taking the instructions from his trainer, and the trainer needs to say to him, listen, son, get the head moving, don't take any chances. Because you said it there, John, only 7 KOs out of his 29 fights that he's had there, John O'Carroll. But let me tell you this, he's boxed at a very high level. He's been around for a long, long time. He's been in with some great fighters, in the past. So that's maybe a little bit deceiving now. I think he can hit a lot harder than the 7 KOs would suggest.
Round 2.
Opening round, though, in the bag. The way I was looking at it for John O'Carroll, Colin Murphy, who promised tonight that he'd produce a career highlight. He says, I'm going to do something extraordinary. Well, there was nothing extraordinary about his opening 3 minutes. There's another right hand from Carroll, beating Murphy to the punch, snaking it around that left-hand lead, and it was a nice solid right hand. Sometimes fights with a little smile on his face, Carroll, which when you're in the ring against him must be mighty irritating.
Yeah, it certainly would be, trust me on that one. He's switched again there, Carroll. He's a bag of tricks, isn't he? But very difficult to work out, quite unpredictable, and as we know, unpredictability wins, and I think that Murphy at the moment is struggling to deal with the style of Carroll, and that right hook over the top, that right hook lead is the danger shot. That is a little bit better there from Murphy, as has a little success downstairs.
Yeah, got him with a decent right hand. A lot of sporting excitement around this city today after Ireland's brilliant win. Just near here, the main rugby stadium, of course, and a lot of Irish rugby fans around, and I'm sure that a fair few of them will have come straight from the rugby and come here tonight. Yeah,
I certainly think that. We've got the Scottish rugby team actually staying in our hotel. That may be a little bit hostile later on. I would imagine a little subdued But yeah, what a great game that was, and what a great night of boxing we've got here at the Free Arena tonight.
Well, potentially could be very good indeed. I saw a Cornelius Carr fight here against Steve Collins many years ago. Collins, of course, was a great Irish hero and a Dubliner. Very, very popular. It's a good right hand from Murphy. Just caught Carroll squared up, and just for a moment I thought he was struggling with that, but I think maybe it was his footwork which let him down, and I don't think he was in any sort of trouble.
No, a little bit of success there though for Murphy, and he'll be looking to build on that. As I say, I think that his main advantage, Murphy, is his output, his high work rate, and he needs to start letting those hands go, because he's just allowing Jono Carroll to control the space in there at the moment, and because he's controlling the space, he's controlling the pace of this fight.
Attended the Methodist College as a kid, Murphy. Comes from the posh southern area of Dublin, and a lot of people said, what on earth's he doing as a fighter? But he's proved himself over the years, got his respect in the gym where he trains. He's actually got a degree. He's a degree as a quantity surveyor, Colin Murphy, so there's nothing typical about it.
And he's just stalking forward again now, looking to punch when Carroll is punching. This one just starting to heat up here. We expected a barn burner, and I think we're going to get there as Jono Carroll walks back to the corner. He cheers to the crowd. He's trying to get the crowd behind him.
Fight's not really taken off yet. Let's hear what's happening in the corner of the Belfast man, Murphy. What sort of instructions
Going his
he
legs
got?
down, okay? Just keep that. We've got a constant pressure on, but you're not overexerting yourself, okay? Just keep him moving, keep him moving. As soon as he starts slowing down, the punch, you're not gonna miss, okay? Yeah? Catching him more at it with them right hands, okay? Just aim it, okay? Don't waste it, okay? Just don't waste the shot. Hey, you think, okay? No bar, no fire. No fire at all, all right? Yeah? Keep focused. He starts talking, you're doing handstands, doing whatever. You stay focused. Keep that job popping out a wee bit more, okay? Oh, it's something to get tired. Looking good.
Just get the feeling, looking at Murphy in the corner there as he was listening to those instructions, that he's not quite settled into this yet, Spencer.
No, I told you it's going to take a little bit of working out. The experience is with Carroll. He's switching from orthodox to southpaw, and this is a big step up in levels here from Murphy. As I said, a coming-of-age fight for him, but he was cool, calm and collected in the corner. He was taking on that information, and the information was right, by the way. Watch that right hook over the top. That could be the key shot in this contest, as Murphy then takes it to the ring again, looking to break through the guard, looking to find an opening here from Carroll, which he just can't do at the moment.
Carroll gets in close and rubs his heavily bearded chin into the side of Murphy's body, and he had something to say to Murphy in close there. He's a real extrovert away from the ring, Jono Carroll. Whether or not he's still got what it takes at the highest level as a fighter, well, we're going to see that tonight. Close opening. How did he score that second round? I gave the first one to Carroll. What about the second?
Yeah, I think he may have nicked the second as well. I mean, it's debatable. It depends what you like, what you're looking for, but I just give the extra edge there to Carroll. He probably landed the cleaner shots in that round. So still very much for grabs here. No one really stamped their authority on this contest, but no one really rolled the dice as yet. Both guys are still in that feeling out process as Murphy pins Carroll in the corner, lands a good uppercut there, and now they're starting to go here.
There's a right hand from Murphy which knocked Carroll back, but Carroll had responded with a big right hook, and he ties his gloves behind his back towards Murphy, as much to say, come on, have a free shot, you can't hurt me, you can't find me, you can't reach me. Well, Murphy is doing, and he gets in with a good right hand to the body, right there, right then. Back comes Carroll with a good right hand as his own, as he again now goes back into the southpaw stance.
Yeah, much better round this, round number 3, with just over a minute to go. Both guys laid simultaneously there, and was it Carroll that come off worse?
I'm not so sure. Not a lot between them in this fight, but Murphy just seems to be settling into it a bit more here in this round, and he lands another good right hand right on cue as we come into the final 3/4 of a minute of this third round. Close so far, but Carroll might be just edging it, but not a lot between them.
Yeah, I think he's definitely edged the first two, but I think that Murphy may just be getting into a little rhythm here. He's putting Carroll under more pressure, and I think that's how he wins this contest, as he comes forward, both guys getting tied up. But for me, this third round, Murphy doing better.
Yeah, he seems to have settled into it. The posh boy, as they call him. Well, he's wanting to prove that he's more than that he's a quality fighter as well, and he doubles up well on the left-hand lead in another jab. This is very much better in this round from Murphy, and it's given Carroll a little bit to think about. Last few seconds, and that for me is a round for Colin Murphy. Let's see how Gareth Davis reads it.
Well, I thought that was a very good round for Murphy. Carroll's made himself a very small target so far, and he's trying to come in and under. Murphy finally got his levers working in that round. He's getting his timing, he's coming up and under exactly, Spencer. And I thought he landed some very, very powerful punches in that round. He really got Carroll's attention, and I think he's taken over ascendancy in the fight now. Incidentally, I gave Murphy the second round as well. It was a very close round, as you say, Spencer. Really good fight. It's kind of something of a clash of styles as well. Southpaw Carroll, long levered, 12'10", you said. He's actually 5'10", John. Is Murphy.
What did I say?
12'10".
Did I?
But
I'll tell you what.
And I'll tell you what, 12'10" would have been an amazing sight. But by the way,
It's bigger than Tyson Fury.
this arena is now full, by the way, and it's an extraordinary atmosphere in here. Back to you guys.
You're listening now to John O'Carroll against Colin Murphy from the 3 Arena in Dublin, live on talkSPORT. We go now into round 4, and we're building up to our main event of Jazza Dickens versus Anthony Cacace. That's for the WBA World Super Featherweight title, which is going to be on the main talkSPORT channel around about 10 o'clock, or perhaps a little bit later.
Yeah, great fight to look forward to there, great card to look forward to, and a fantastic fight we've got in our hands here. John O'Carroll, Colin Murphy, and now Murphy starting to get into this one as he pins Carroll on the ropes. Carroll doing a good job with the hands high, tries a wild right hook, falls short with that one, and the heads come dangerously close together.
Murphy just looking as though he's keeping his shape a little bit better than Carroll, who's finding it difficult, more difficult now in this round to find the target. But then he does get in with a right-hand jab into the face of Murphy, and Carroll, he's got all the time to find a way through that reach advantage, and a clear reach advantage which Murphy has.
Yeah, unusually for this one, Carroll, the shorter man of the two, is trying to box on the outside, but trying to counter-punch on the outside, and he's falling short with his punches at the moment. To get in range with those shots, he needs to move his feet into range first, then let the hands go, and as I say that, he whips over a left hand and nails Colin Murphy flush in the face. Murphy comes back well.
Yeah, Murphy took it well, though, to be fair. The crowd, though, really responded to that. Of course, the bulk of them are cheering on the home man, John O'Carroll, the Dubliner, born John Patrick Beresford, actually, but his ring name, John O'Carroll, and known in the fight game as King Kong.
Yep, and he's going to have to put in a King Kong performance here, because Murphy is starting to get into this one. As I say that, Carroll whips over the right hook, left hand through the middle as well. This one really heating up with 50 seconds to go of round number 4.
Every time you praise Murphy, Carroll seems to hear it and comes back and lands something big.
Well, the problem is, John, that as you know, I've got a very big mouth, and I'm sure these guys can actually hear me as I say that. And Carroll there lands a lovely left hand over the top, straight down the pipe.
Face is just marking up a little bit, John O'Carroll. Some of those head shots from Murphy have clearly found the target, and his nose is starting to redden here, Carroll, and he takes another one there from Murphy, and another solid right hands, and he's trapped on the ropes in his own corner, and he shouts out to somebody sitting at ringside just to assure them that he's okay as we move into the last 10 seconds of this round number 4.
Yeah, Carroll trying to urge Colin Murphy in. Murphy not taking the bait, holding centre of the ring. Both guys go back to the corners. Carroll stands on his feet, urging the crowd to get behind him as well. But you just sensed there, John, it was another good round for Colin Murphy.
And we're listening now to the Carroll corner.
shots. Now he's gonna run to you. Wait for it. Okay? Good. This look works. Yeah. Okay? Zoom back. Hold. Slip punch. Hold. Okay? Jab. Don't throw it to the jab. Touch it. Inside. Touch it. Wait till you throw it. It's very predictable. Just you have very good head movement. Slip punch. One punch. Two punches. Hold. Okay? Nothing else. How are you feeling?
Great. Gonna walk into them, John.
Patient, John. Patient. That's what it is, okay? Don't jump in. Wait for him. Okay, stance. Waiting here. Hop, boom. That's it.
Well, that last round, I gave that one to Murphy. You agree with that one?
Yep, I've got this 2 rounds apiece as of you, John, but it's like I said, subjective scoring here. Gareth A. Davis has also got it 2 rounds apiece, but he's gone the other way on certain rounds. So it's one of those ones. No one's really got this by the scruff of the neck. Round number 5. Can someone get this?
And it's turning out to be the close fight that we thought it would be, and indeed the bookies thought it would be as well. They found it difficult to split these two, and the only clear advantage that either man has been able to show and demonstrate so far has been the crowd support, the great support that Carroll is getting from this Dublin crowd here on Dockside here in Dublin. We've got it dead level.
Yeah, nothing in this one at all, and as you say, Dublin loves their boxing. Big-time boxing is back here. Former champion Steve Collins, WBA former world featherweight champion Bernard Dunn, more recently Katie Taylor, and now we've got another guy trying to add an IBO world title to that list there in John O'Carroll. Very even contest. There's Carroll on the ropes, waves in Murphy. Murphy responds with a lovely right hand through the middle.
Yeah, he waved him in and he delivered, didn't he? Right on. Oh, and a good left hand as well. He's again beckoning Murphy in, Carroll. Wants him to come so he can perhaps land some sort of big right-hand counter. Gets in with a right hand over the top. But Murphy is not going to be suckered in like that. He's trying to measure his attacks. Comes in with another right hand and another one. But a good jab by way of response from Carroll, and the crowd respond to it.
Yep, Carroll there with a 1-2-3 punch combination. They all get through. Good right hook over the top there from Carroll as well. As Murphy walks in, hands slightly low, got caught with that shot, needs to tuck up a bit.
Just over a minute to go now in this 5th round. You can watch, incidentally, along with us on ringside here at the 3E Arena. Head over to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel if you fancy doing that. And later on, we're going to have Jazza Dickens against Anthony Cacace live on talkSPORT. Cracking night of boxing here.
Yeah, it really is. 2 road warriors here, putting it on the line in this packed out 3 arena here in Dublin, and this fight now just starting to heat up, and Murphy seems to have got this by the scruff of the neck. He's found the way through with that backhand, the right hand, and he's throwing lovely little uppercuts in there as well. Carroll pinned in the corner, right hand through the middle from Murphy.
But he came back off the ropes, Carroll, and landed a straight left hand. But Murphy, I'd agree, he's just starting to look as though he's the one dictating terms in the course of this fight. Carroll tries to get inside and land a left hand to the body, isn't able to do so. One of his shots may have gone a little bit low because referee Roberto Ramirez says keep your punches up. Let's hear from Adam Catterall.
Very impressed with Colm Murphy, I've got to be honest. From a temperament point of view, he's a young lad. This is a massive step up for him. He's not shrinking in this particular moment. He's answering everything that John O'Carroll throws his way. As Spencer's pointed out in commentary, those backhand rights that he throws, as soon as Jono even feints, he's throwing it. He's going straight away with it, and he's landed the majority of them. I think he's been brilliant. I've got him slightly ahead because Jono just keeps disrupting the rhythm and getting himself back in the fight. I think it's really, really close, but I've got Colm Murphy 3-2 up at the moment.
I totally agree with that. You know, I'm exactly the same score as that, and the reason why we've got a little bit of a chess match going on here because they've both done their homework. They've both got a game plan and they're trying to set the traps, and both guys are reading each other soon. And sooner or later, this one's going to catch fire because they're going to recognise, I need to get this one. They're going to both know right now that this fight is all in the balance.
Murphy, the younger man, just 26 years old. Carroll, 33, but we know through Carroll's career tonight in his 30th pro contest that he does have a great engine. He's got a big output of punches, and as we go down through the rounds towards the championship rounds, then you know that he's going to be still right there pitching. I suppose that could be a commentator's curse saying that sort of thing as Murphy gets in with a good right hand again, but he is super fit, Carroll.
Yeah, he certainly is, and it's very much the proven versus the unproven. As I said, coming of age fight for Murphy. He throws the 1-2 left hook. Carroll takes those shots as they both tie up in the centre of the ring. But yeah, it is the known against the unknown, but we do know that Carroll can deliver. But we also do know, John, this is last chance saloon for Carroll at 33 years of age. He probably won't get another break here, so it's a must-win fight for him.
He had risked 1 points victory in 2025 in March when he beat Venezuela's Alexander Prado. Aims another hopeful-looking looping left hand this time. Can't find the target, and just coming in with his gloves high, working behind that left jab, which is a decent jab. Murphy appears to be edging these rounds now, and he seems to be bossing the action.
Yeah, the problem we've got for Jono Carroll, or the problem that he's got for himself here, is he's throwing shots, single shots, against the taller man, and he's falling short because he's not moving those feet into range. And Cole Murphy, as we know, likes to throw punches in bunches, and that's what he's doing now. He's putting those shots together as he lands a sneaky right hand followed by a left that gets through the guard there of King Kong.
Murphy, a former EBU silver medalist, beat Luke Pearson on points back in 2023. That was his first 12-rounder. Well, here now, in another 12-rounder, he's going for the biggest prize of his career so far. Not so much the IBO trinket, rather more the name of a very good fighter on his record. Forward comes Carroll with a right hand, but Murphy responded with a flurry of body shots.
Yeah, got through a lovely couple of right hands over the top there as well. You just sense Murphy has got a grip on this one now, and he's just doing the better work. Is that youth overtaking experience here? He's throwing the shots, putting the shots together. Carroll has to be careful that he doesn't let this one slip away.
Last 20 seconds of this 6th round. They're nearing the halfway stage here. And on my card, if Murphy wins this round, he's going to be 4-2 up at the halfway stage. And that, okay, it's only 2 points, but it's starting to look like a significant gap. And there's a bit of frustration on the face of John O'Carroll as the bell goes to end that round, as much as to say, why can't I get into it? Why can't I really let my combinations go?
Yep, he walks back to the corner, and as he's walking back to the corner, he's trying to rev the crowd up again. But did you see that, John? The crowd didn't rev up. They sat there in silence. They know that their man is starting to fall behind as we approach the second half of this contest. And the difficulties that John O'Carroll's got now is Cole Murphy has slipped into a rhythm, and he has to break that rhythm.
Yeah, and I did say earlier on, you know, I mean, Father Time is the one opponent who no fighter can beat, and Carroll, yeah, he's 33, which is not an old man, but he's had a lot of hard fights in his career.
That's exactly what it is. He's boxed at a high level, you know, and he's had some tough fights. He has fallen short at that level. Albert Batagaziev, sorry, beat him inside the distance. KO round number 9. Maxie Hughes has beat him on points, going back as far as Tavan Palmer when he boxed for the world title. He lost on points there as well, so has fallen short at that level, and he will desperately be needing the win here.
Yep, but it's going to require more than just effort, more than just belief. He's got to technically find a way of getting through and past these long levers of Cole Murphy from Belfast. Like that, gets in with a left hand to the body, tried to follow up with a right hand over the top, but Murphy made easy meat of it and blocked it well. It's not really taken off as a fight so far, this one, and I'm a bit surprised by that.
Yeah, I'm with you, John Rawling. I thought it was going to be a bit of a barn burner, this one. Both guys, you know, they wanted it so much. The build-up's been great this week between two of these guys. This banter been going back and forth. They both fancy it, really fancy it. But it's Murphy the one now that looks like he's got control of it as he stabs the jab to the body. And he's pushing now, he's making Carroll work hard on that back foot, and that is energy sapping.
He's not able to get in with power shots, though, is he, Carroll? There was a right hand there, but it was only a glancing blow which got to the head of Murphy. And we're into the second half of the fight now, and Carroll needs to get on top. Carl Frampton, incidentally, is scoring this one, and he has it exactly the same as the way that myself and Spenny have it, 4 rounds to 2 in Murphy's favour.
Yep, and that is about right here. Carroll's the one now that needs to come up with some new ideas. He needs to be a little bit creative here, because what he's doing with those single shots and waiting for Murphy to come in is not working. Murphy has a good boxing IQ, and he's worked that out. He's holding centre of the ring, just whips half a step back there, whips in a lovely little right hook there, and that is the difference between the two at the moment. Murphy has got a grip of this one, and he's sort of controlling that space.
If you want to watch tonight's action live only on DAZN, head over to DAZN.com/boxing so you don't miss a thing. This is another close round. We're in the 7th of 12 for this IBO World Super Featherweight title. John O'Carroll and Colin Murphy. And at the moment, we reckon that Murphy is just about doing enough to edge this one. We've got him ahead as he aims another long right hand, which finds the target. There's a little left-hand counter back from Carroll, but he had to take 2 more jabs as he came in, trying to force the pace. There's a left hand which does find the head of Murphy, but no great power in it.
No, there isn't, and Murphy, as we approach 15 seconds left of this round, number 7, has maybe just done enough to nick this round as well. Carroll trying to come back towards the end. He's landed a couple of shots. Both guys throw simultaneously and miss that. The 10-second clock has gone. Another close round, but one, like you, John Rawling, I lean just towards Murphy.
Right, we'll go into that Murphy corner now, where he's going to be hearing from his trainer, Dan Boyle. Let's hear how they read it.
Are you getting our focus here, okay? Yeah. Your big breath, all right? Yeah, I'm feeling good. Yeah. I've said he's gonna try and make you work. That's what he's trying to do there, okay? Just stay nice and focused, okay? Keep picking them off with a jab all the time, all right? Just keep on picking them off, all right? As soon as the right hand's there, if you're going to throw it, commit it. Don't pass through it, okay? Yeah? All right? When you're in them clenches, just make sure you're working, okay? Just chip away. Just chip away.
You're looking great now.
Okay?
That jab moving.
Didn't make him feel like an old man. All right?
Well, he looks very much the young man in there, and he's going well. He fought in January this year, Murphy beat Cacace, who retired after 6 rounds. That was a Commonwealth title fight, so I suppose you could argue on that basis that he's sharper from what he's produced competitively in the ring of late.
Yeah, as I said, this is a calculated gamble against an old seasoned veteran now in John O'Carroll, and he's dealing with this occasion very, very well. Starts the round well there, doubles a jab, the right hand goes through, just falls short as well. But yeah, they were cool, calm, collected in that corner, very happy with the way their guy's going there. And it was good information they were taking. Don't be silly, don't get greedy. Pop the shots and move away, because Carroll is dangerous.
Gets in Carroll with a left hand. There's one to the body, then one parried slightly, aimed towards the head. Back comes Murphy looking for the old 1-2 straight down the pipe towards Carroll, who's bobbing and weaving, trying to create a mobile target. Carroll's actually thrown more jabs, but according to punch stats here at ringside, Murphy's actually landed more with his leads.
Yeah, well, that's because he has the height and the reach. 5'10", and he's using that height and reach to his advantage. He's beating Carroll to the shot, and as I said, Carroll making that mistake by trying to close the gap with his hands and not his feet.
Now he does get in with a right hand to the body, and Murphy ties him up in close, and there's a little bit of a tangle of arms, and the referee had to split them. And still we wait for a big moment either way in this fight, and at the moment, as we say, Murphy chipping away, and the referee having a look at some binding around Carroll's left glove. He makes a running repair up there in the ring, and the action's underway once more with a minute to go in this 8th round of this 12-rounder for the IBO World Super Featherweight title.
Yeah, John, Carroll's the one that needs to break this, break this chain now, break this rhythm, if you like. He's the one that needs to do something to set the pace, because at the moment, Murphy's the one that's controlling it there. Snaps out the jab, forces the head back there of Carroll. Carroll gets in, all a little bit untidy on the inside there. When he gets up close against Murphy, needs to take half a step back and let those hands go.
Sparkle, I'm afraid to say, for John O'Carroll, who's such an exciting fighter when he's on his game. It's not quite there. He landed a right uppercut there after the referee said break, and referee Roberto Ramirez tells him, I'm not going to stand for that. And again, there's an untidy looking maul in there. The last 15 seconds of the round, and the pattern is carrying on pretty much as it has been in the last few rounds. He's not winning the rounds by a lot, Murphy, but he's just doing enough to edge them round after round. And as we come now towards the bell, it looks as though he might have put another one in the bag. I'll leave you, Spenny, with Gareth.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I agree with you, both of you, that it's a very close fight in lots of ways, but that Murphy's just easing his way through. I do worry a little bit that we talked about this maybe in the build-up, or you might have said it tonight, Spencer, that he hangs his chin out there a little bit. So there's a little bit of a fishing line, if you like, some bait there for John O'Carroll, who I think in that round started to look a little bit more desperate. I got him 6 rounds to 2 down now. Whether the judges have it that way, I don't know. They're close rounds. I mean, you know, this is an IBO world title. I mean, I'd like to see the guys, it's a grind more than a boxing exhibition, a boxing match. It's a big grueling grind so far.
Yeah, Carroll never been past, Murphy never been past 10 rounds before. And is that the game plan for John O'Carroll, who's been very reserved in the first half of this contest, last quarter now? And is this where we see Carroll put his foot on the gas? Because he needs to.
He certainly does. We're into the 9th round now as John O'Carroll against Colin Murphy, the Dubliner against the Belfast man, and we've got the Belfast boy who's got the edge. Not everybody sees it the same though. Carl Frampton's got it dead level, Murphy and Carroll. So I don't know where you get that from. I think you've got to have Murphy a little bit ahead at this stage.
I totally agree with you, John. I think Murphy is ahead, but you can see where Frampton's coming from with that score. Because like I said, and like you've said there, you know, we're just going on, like, you know, it's just subjective scoring because the rounds are that tight, are that close. But for me, it's Murphy controlling the pace. Murphy now snapping out the jab and landing the cleaner shots of little action that is taking place inside the square circle.
Knocked back Carroll's head there with a good left-hand lead. Get the feeling that Carroll needs a big round here to turn the tide, because on my card, all the last few rounds I've also got it 6-2 in Murphy's favour, but those 6 have been the last 6 rounds that we've seen.
Yeah, it was a good start from Carroll. There was a bit of fire around his work, a bit of intensity around his work, and that seems to have gone now. As I said, he's taking the foot off the gas, he's throwing single shots. He's the one boxing on the outside, where it would normally be the taller guy boxing on the outside, but he's chose to go on the back foot, and he's not closing the gap enough. There we see it. Murphy, 1-2, lands a shot, and then he's away again. And John O'Carroll just left with scraps there.
Landed a right hand to the body. There's no great power in it. 2 minutes gone now in this 9th round. And still Carroll labours to find a way through, and his arms have got caught up, clamped close by Murphy, and the referee has to split them. Carroll with his gloves low, almost inviting Murphy in. Murphy, though, doesn't respond. He tries to box his way in, and then Carroll has to backpedal onto the ropes right in front of us.
Yeah, mature performances from Murphy so far, educated performance. You know, he's doing everything right. He's just controlling everything behind that jab. All textbook stuff, as I say that. Carroll comes back with a left hand of his own. I'm definitely sure, John, he can hear me, because every time I go against the grain here, he seems to respond.
I'm going to have a look next time we have a close-up on our television screen in front of us to see whether John O'Carroll's got an earpiece in there. Surely not. I mean, he is fighting a bloke who's 12'8", you know, or 12'10" or whatever it was on the table.
Let's hope he can't hear us, mate, because we've been going against him in this contest as well, in one that could be quite close. We don't see it that way, and for me, again, maybe just another round there from Murphy. Is that a bit of kidology from John O'Carroll, who walks back to the corner, very pleased with himself, tries to roar up the crowd again, sits down. What are they telling him in that corner?
Well, I thought that he was on the receiving end again there. Oh, can we just listen into that corner and hear what's being said to Carroll?
Bring down, back and switch. Touch it. No, switch as well. And push. Go straight there. Okay? Don't lean back up the punch. Hold it. Roll.
Well, he thought he got the better of that round, and there was a big smile on his face when the bell went at the end of it. Did he do enough to win that?
Look, there's definitely an argument that he done enough to win it. You know, we're watching the TV monitors in front of us. He's landing clean shots, but he landed one clean shot and was very, very pleased with himself there. It's not enough. He needs to build on it. Punches in bunches.
King Kong kidology going on, I think.
King Kong wants the crowd in there with him as well. He needs some more vociferous support from his local people who are with him. He is the favourite here, but he's not fighting like one. And Murphy on the front foot now. Carl Frampton has got now John O'Carroll ahead. We've got it the other way.
Yeah.
Who knows? It might be close, this one.
Well, I don't see it that way, John. I think we've got the right man ahead for sure. And that's the guy, that's why you see no sense of urgency here from Murphy, because I think he feels that he's in control of this one. And like we said, we thought this one was going to catch fire. The first two rounds were quite lively, and they went maybe Carroll's way, but since then, he seems to have just took his foot off the gas, and it's not been enough for me.
Well, he needs a big finish to the fight. Of that, I'm absolutely certain. We're now in the 10th round. It's a 12-rounder, all part of our build-up to the main event later on. Dickens against Cacace for the WBA World Super Featherweight title. It's an interesting fight, one, but it's the long way from being the real kitchen sink type barn burner that we kind of anticipated we could be seeing.
Absolutely, stylistically, we thought that's exactly what we were going to get. John O'Carroll with his possibly his last opportunity at this sort of level, so you would expect him to sort of go all in, everything and the kitchen sink. And for Murphy, it was a coming-of-age fight. He's dealt with that well here, Murphy. I think he's dealt with the crowd, you know, he's dealt with the whole occasion very, very well. He's stuck to the game plan.
He's kept a tight defence as well, hasn't he? And he takes another two on his gloves and throws a nice little right uppercut in close, which rocked back Carroll's head. Carroll getting frustrated, trying to throw punches, but is he landing enough? Comes in that time with a right-hand lead and another one, and then tries to pull Murphy onto his punches. Murphy lands a left uppercut and a right hand into the bearded chin of Carroll.
Yeah, that's possibly the best beard in boxing, maybe one of the best beards in the world. It's a beautiful beard, isn't it, that he's got there, John O'Carroll?
It's certainly a sizable one. It's more a beard with a man than a man with a beard. It's always been a bit of a trademark look, and now it starts to warm up. They go toe-to-toe on the ropes in front of us, and it is maybe Murphy who's getting the better of it, that Carroll trying to fight back. This is the way he does fight, though, in the closing stages of contests, and he's really throwing out a hell of a lot of punches here at Colin Murphy, trying to keep the pressure on in the closing stages of this round. And this is more like the John O'Carroll of old.
Yeah, that was a better last minute there from John O'Carroll. Maybe done enough to win the round as he talks to Cole Murphy. He goes back to the corner, he feels pleased with himself, roars to the crowd again there. But that was a good round there for John O'Carroll. That's the fight he likes, to draw Murphy into the trenches, head down, put his head on the chest and just start winging away. Got success to the body and to the head, and maybe, just maybe, John, done enough to win the round.
What do you reckon, Adam? King Kong kidology?
No, listen, I thought that was far more of what we expected from John O'Carroll. He's decided to do it now as we enter those championship rounds. I've got this fight incredibly close. It's going to be really interesting to see how Colm Murphy just responds in this next round, because he hasn't been at this stage before. He hasn't been against this level of opponent before. So let's see how this young man can respond to it, because we know what is going to come now from John O'Carroll. He's throwing the kitchen sink in it in order to snaffle it down the back end.
Absolutely, he's going into new territory now, is Colm Murphy, and trust me, I've been here before, and it is tough. You know, these championship rounds are where fights are won and lost, and this one could be in the balance.
Well, I've got it 6-4 in Murphy's favour, but Carroll in these closing rounds is starting to come on strong, and there's just 2 rounds remaining. If Carroll takes these last 2, it might be enough to win him the fight. You never know.
Yeah, and what a backhand that was there from Carroll. Left hand, went through the middle, followed by a right hook as well. And Murphy's got to be careful here that he doesn't get too greedy.
Is he tiring? Is he becoming that little bit more static, Colm Murphy? And is Carroll finding him a little bit easier to pin with those big left hooks that are his trademark scoring shots? Aims to throw a right hand. Murphy gets inside. Carroll ties him up, lands a couple of counters off the ropes, and the referee splits them. The action underway again.
Yep, like I said, John, new territory here for Colm Murphy, and trust me, these last 2 rounds, 11 and 12, are long rounds. You know, these 3 minutes seem like you're in there for 3 hours. That new territory is tough. This is really tough, and we're going to find out a lot of character here from Murphy. And as I say that, great right hook over the top again there from John O'Carroll.
If you've never boxed and you're listening to what Spencer Oliver's saying there, I tell you what, just stand there and try and shadow box. Nothing coming back, just shadow box for 3 minutes. And at the end of those 3 minutes, if you're not used to it, you'll be feeling it.
Yeah, absolutely. And if that shadow's hitting you back, trust me, you'll feel it even more.
There's now 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining in this penultimate round. And it's Carroll who's doing better. Good right hand, his lead, and Murphy is just starting to, well, maybe lose a little bit of the belief that he showed and served him so well in those middle rounds.
Yep, it certainly is. Carroll having a good little spell again here as we enter the last minute of this 11th round. Tape loose now on the right hand of John O'Carroll. Has the ref spotted that one? No,
he's not. So the action's going to continue. It's his left hand, actually, that the tape's flapping loose on. There's a good left hand from Carroll. Left hand to the chin, and follows up with a right to the body, and Murphy tries to get in close, and there's heads clash there, and there's a little bit of blood on the face of John O'Carroll, maybe from the side of his nose, and it's on the left-hand side of his nose, and it may have been that clash of heads that caused that.
Yeah, it definitely was that clash of heads. John O'Carroll complains to the referee straight away. I think it's too late in this contest to matter now as we approach 15 seconds of round number 11, and another round here for John O'Carroll. He's having a good little spell in the contest, and this could be a 1-round fight going into the last round.
He's cut over the left eye as well as Carroll, and he's saying something to Murphy as they're getting close, and he beckons Murphy in, and I think that's probably another Carroll round, so it's getting desperately close. We'll go in now to the Murphy corner and hear from Dunboyle.
Yeah. Ready to go? Ready to go? You have 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes to win this world title, okay? 3 minutes. Everything you've got, okay? Do not stop punching. All right?
Deep breaths, all right?
Take deep breaths. Box ahead of him. Box ahead of him. He charges in. Pick him off. Box. Okay? Opportunity there. You let the hands go.
Over water, over ring. On a drink. Want a drink, Greg?
Last round.
Don't get into this one.
Last round.
Just getting to the stage here, Spencer, where he really has to want this one, and he's got to risk everything.
John Rawling, that is how you do a corner. That is how you rev your guy up. Trust me, Murphy not been here before. He'd be feeling sorry for himself in that corner. And them instructions, get your hands working, keep him going. You need this round, and he does maybe need this round. I've got Murphy in front. This fight for me, all in the balance. Can Carroll have another big round? If he does it win him the fight? Here we go, round number 12.
The reaction of the crowd could play a big part here. He gets in again, Carroll doubling up on the right-hand lead. Carl Frampton's got him ahead. Spencer's got it the other way. I think it might be all down to this last round as Carroll gets in with another solid right hand to the body and another one. Murphy tries to counter, but just swings lazy-looking left hooks through thin air.
Yep, he's punching through treacle right now. Trust me, Murphy, he's not been there before, and he'll have to go soul-searching in there. Shows a lot of character. Murphy still on the front foot. King Kong moving on the back foot around the perimeter of the ring. Throws a wild left hook, just falls short.
Dublin versus Belfast. They always have a little bit of an edge, those confrontations, and this is just the same. And the man who's looking just a little bit more charged up, with blood trickling down the left-hand side of his face, is John O'Carroll, right to the body, and the left hand falls short. His blood as well is smeared on the side of the head of Colin Murphy, and it's beginning to look just a little bit unpleasant.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's been tough. It's been grueling. 12 rounds are always tough, and I tell you what, Murphy now, you look at the legs, the coordination has just gone now. He's fighting now. This is a psychological battle as well as a physical battle in there for Murphy. And as I say, Carroll has been there before. He comes in, head down low, just winging away at the body. No real success, but this is tough.
Carroll wants this one. He's the man who really looks as though he's got the motivation in this last round, and they lean on, and the referee's going to have to split them, is he? No, he isn't. They split of their own volition, and as they do so, a right hand from Carroll swung into the side of Murphy's head, and again Murphy leads on, and Carroll tries to work inside and certainly has more success as he does so than Murphy.
I tell you what, John, Murphy's got nothing left. He's blown a gasket. You saw the shots. It was like he was punching in slow motion there. The kid is showing a lot of character in there. That is for sure, because he's not been there. But John O'Carroll hasn't sensed this, but Murphy has blown a gasket.
Well, if that's the case, this could be a big last 20 seconds coming up for Carroll as Murphy comes in, throws a left hand, right hand, and ties Carroll up. The referee splits them. Carroll comes forward, doubles up with the right hand, and then a left hand, and again Murphy holds on as we move into the final 10 seconds. Right hand from Carroll, and the crowd is urging him forward. Both corners think that they've won this one. The Belfast man thinks that he's taken it. John O'Carroll thinks that he's had one last great performance there. It's not impossible, it could wind up as a draw.
Well, I've got this one 1-1-5 to 1-1-3 in favour of Murphy. So if there's a swing round in there, what you just said there, John Rawling, may come to fruition. This may be a draw. I've got it leaning towards Murphy. Subjective scoring. You know, what do you like? What was you looking for? A lot of people in here and in and around ringside have John O'Carroll up. This is an interesting one.
Carl Frampton has got it to Carroll. Gareth, briefly, which way?
I've got 7 rounds to 5 to Murphy. I thought Carroll was very strong towards the end, but it could go either way, this fight. Wouldn't surprise me if it's a split decision, it's a split draw, wouldn't surprise me.
Adam, what do you reckon?
7-5 Jono. I think he did enough down there. I thought he was clean and effective down the back end of the stretch to nick it. 7-5, 115, 113 in his favour for me.
There we
go.
go.
It's that sort of a fight, isn't it? And it's an anxious wait for both fighters on both corners. And the referee is going and collecting the cards and the...
You could tell that Jono's corner thought the fight was really close when they told him, go and throw for 3 minutes, going out for that last round, Spencer.
Trust me on this one, Gareth. Both guys, none of these guys will know which way this has gone. As you guys have gone 115, 113 in favour of Carroll. Me and John have gone 115, 113 in favour of Murphy, I believe, John, haven't we? We've gone that way on that one. But this is one of those sort of fights. I tell you who wins this one, whoever the boxing gods is with. And you need the boxing gods in moments like this. Trust me, a little bit of help your way, because you can't argue which way this goes.
I've just gone and looked at my card there, prompted on you, and I've got this dead level.
There you go, so it doesn't surprise me, but if you're talking about the boxing gods, we're in Dublin, and the crowd have been with Carroll the whole night.
Big shout there from the Gad. He's called it, he's gone Carroll. Is it Murphy? We're about to find out. very, very soon.
We're going to wait. Carroll is celebrating, isn't it? And the pair of them now are waving towards one of the cameras, both suggesting that they've done enough to win. Thomas Treiber has got his way back into the ring, and he's got the all-important piece of paper in front of him. That's the scores from the judges who are sitting at ringside, and in a moment we're going to see how this intriguing opening contest of the night for you here on talkSPORT. We're going to find out how it's gone. Spencer's got it by 2 points to Murphy, and here it comes.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and we have a split decision. Judge Jean Robert Lane scores it 116 to 112 in favor of Calm Murphy. Judge Glenn Feldman scores it 116 to 112 in favor of Jono Carroll. And Judge Benoit Roussel scores it 117 to 111 for your winner, and now the IBO Super Featherweight World Champion, Jono King Kong Carroll.
117-111 feels very, very, very wide. Listen, John O'Carroll gets the job done on a split decision. We were split here, but we were split very close. We had draws. We had 115-113 in either favour. Colm Murphy will definitely learn a lot from that fight, but John O'Carroll gets it done on a split decision. We will pick the bones out of that next here on talkSPORT. We're at the point, the 3 Arena in Dublin for World Championship Boxing. Super featherweights on deck in our main event later on as Jazza, Dickens and Cacace go at it. I'm Adam Cattrall, pleasure as always to be here with you for Fight Night Live and the team calling you through some superb fights. We've just had a very close one, in my opinion, between John O'Carroll and Colm Murphy. One of the judges kind of disagreed, Spence, because he's gone 117, 111 on the split decision. I think, from my personal point of view, the right man gets his hand raised, but there's no way that it's a 9-3 fight.
Listen, it was one of those swing fights, wasn't it? It could have been a round that separated both of them, and it was a little swing round.
Let's hear from the man that did have his hand raised on the split decision, John O'Carroll with Gareth A. Davies.
I am with John O'Carroll. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Always, as Spencer Oliver said, you've got the best beard in the world, and that beard got you through it tonight.
Yeah. Luckily, I didn't get hit on the chin too many times clean. But no, it was amazing, absolutely amazing. But you know what? It was very difficult to fight tonight because I broke my hand. I got 10 hairline fractures about 5 weeks ago. So on my whole sparring camp, I was just doing with one hand, sparring with one hand. And he was cutting off that side, so I had to hit with my hand that was already smashed. It was a very difficult training camp for me, very difficult fight. But I was just fighting the whole way through with basically one hand. It was every time I threw the backhand, I was landing it. But it was probably hurting me more than it was hurting him, you know.
But what a victory at the age of 33. And the judge, the scoring, 8 rounds to 4 to him with one judge,
yes.
8 rounds to 4 with another judge, and 9 rounds to 3. But even when you came out for the last 2-3 rounds, you knew you had to fight hard.
Yeah, it is that championship rounds, and as a true experienced professional, you know you have to win them championship rounds, you know. You can't be leaving that get too close, bro. And I know I won a lot of rounds in the early stage and then the middle stage, but it was very similar to when I fought Tevin Farmer. I was throwing many more punches, but he was landing the clean-up punches. So just with experience, I knew I need to just land the clean-up punches, and it kind of depends what the judges like, whether it's the volume punches or the clean-up punches, you know.
And a weird journey to get here, was it?
Very weird journey to get here. I've been dealing with this broken hand for like 5 years. It's just very difficult, you know, but I'm a fighter, I'm a warrior, and I just suffer through the pain. Just keep fighting on, because at the end of the day, this is a dream come true for me. So I've finally accomplished my dream of becoming a world champion. So this is all I ever wanted as a kid.
Congratulations, King Kong.
That world title. That's all that matters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They're trying to move you on. Congratulations.
John O'Carroll there, obviously delighted that he's on the receiving end of the split decision. Some wise words of experience there that he just shared with Gareth A. Davies, Spence.
Listen, Catman, that's exactly what we said, didn't we? Experience will play a part here, and that's what it is. You go, was it a passing of the baton? You know, was it the kid coming through? He seems to have dealt with things, Colm Murphy, like the build-up, the atmosphere, smelling the arena and all of that. It was cool, calm, collected, but experience won the fight. John O'Carroll knew when to turn it up, and that's what it says. When you get into those championship rounds, that's the important ones. He would have known that Murphy had not been into that round 11 before, never been into round 12, and that's when he turned it up, and that's when effectively he won that fight. That's where the fight was won and lost.
Yeah, and as he kind of pointed out as well, it is important. When you're looking at punch output, Colm Murphy absolutely was throwing a boatload of punches there. It's just whether they were landing clean and having any effect on John O'Carroll. John O was a little bit more considered, a little bit more precise with his work, and definitely from round 10 onwards, he just turned the heat up on him a little bit more and started landing a little bit more at will.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, John Rawling called it there in the build-up to that fight, as the fight was unfolding. You know, we expected it to be a barn burner, and it never really caught light. There was a lot of respect between the two. Murphy, obviously, with 12 rounds in the back of his mind, thinking that he's got to go there. When you've not been there before, trust me, it does affect you on that one. But Carroll had a game plan, and he used that game plan to his advantage, and that's what got him over the line.
Yeah, great performance from John O'Carroll. And as a young man, Colm Murphy, I've no doubt will learn a lot from that contest and come again. You're listening to Fight Night Live from Dublin. We're at the point. Ring walks are currently going on in the background right now between Christian Bellman, who's just walked into the ring, and he's going to be taking on Ryan Garner. Ryan Garner, of course, a man that is hotly tipped to be next in line for the winner of the main event. A lot of narratives being painted on tonight's card in order to push him towards a world title effort. Tonight's fight, I would imagine, will be relatively straightforward for someone as talented as Ryan Garner, who's about to make his way to the ring right now. But all eyes, Gareth, on Ryan Garner. He can't afford any slip-ups. I know that this should be quite straightforward, but he can't afford any slip-ups. Make a bit of a statement, get on the microphone, make some noise, and hope that he gets a shot at the guys in the main event tonight.
As you guys are saying, that this is an opportunity that he can't blunder tonight. He's been given a step up. He's the house fighter, as we call it, in boxing. We might be going to the Bick in Bournemouth to see him fight for the world title.
He's a Southampton man.
Southampton, but we could be the Bick in Bournemouth. A battle on the beach with the winner of Jazza Dickens and Anto Cacace. I can see it. 5,000 South Coast.
On the beach. Love it.
Well, on the beach.
Let's have a little
virtually
turn
on
up
the
in
beach,
this
isn't it? You
nice.
know, and he's a great fighter, very tenacious, very powerful. Really like the guy. He's fantastic to watch. He's a real young star in the Queensbury stable. Frank Warren loves him. And we'll get a great performance tonight. He needs a stoppage as well, in my view.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, when you've got a main event to the magnitude that we've got tonight with Anto Cacace and Jazza Dickens, you can kind of fall away a little bit if you don't create a viral moment on the undercard. This is obviously a moment tonight where a lot of people are going to be expecting Ryan Garner to win. I think everybody here will back him to win. It's the manner of the victory. He's got to go out there, he's got to make a statement, he's got to be dead impressive. So therefore, everybody that leaves the arena tonight, don't forget him. And therefore, when the fight is pitched, Ryan Garner versus whoever wins that main event, people are all on board for it.
Everyone's knocking boxing at the moment. It doesn't put the best against the best. You know, that you talk about it yourself with the UFC model and all those things, that they put the best against the best. This is one of those situations where it's not manufactured, but there's an opportunity there. It's a building process, if you like, and we're building towards a big fight for Garner. I mean, that's why he's not fighting for an IBO tonight. They think he's good enough to fight for one of the very best world titles out there, and I think he'll impress, and I think he'll get the job done inside 3 or 4 rounds tonight.
Of course, other options are available for the main event victor this evening. Of course, Emmanuel Navarrete was brilliant a couple of weeks ago against Sugar Nunes. You've got a Shaki Foster here as well, which I've no doubt would be very attractive when we're talking about world title unifications for either Jazza Dickens or Anto Cacace. But with them all obviously being under the realm of the Queensbury stable, I would not be surprised if Ryan Garner is pointed in the direction of a world title effort. He's well ranked as well with the division, so therefore he's served his time. He's had some good victories along the way, and hopefully tonight he can shine and point himself towards that world title effort. Still to come, we're going to have the debut of Adam Olaniyan. Easy for me to say. In the heavyweight division, young Irish heavyweight making his debut tonight. Pierce O'Leary's taking on Maxie Hughes, and Jazza Dickens and Anto Cacace in the main event is going to be the cherry on top of our cake. Don't forget, as well as listening to us on talkSPORT 2 and a little bit later on the main channel of talkSPORT, we are streaming live right now. The watch along is there for you to come and join us, get stuck into the comments, have your say on everything that is happening. We're on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Right, let's get back to the fights. Calling you through this one, Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
Ryan Garner's a really exciting fighter to watch when he's on his game. He says that the man he looked up to as a young lad was Ricky Hatton. I think many were the same, and there's a bit of Ricky Hatton about his style. He likes to get in there, land the big hooks, and away from boxing, on occasion, he just likes the party life a little bit too much.
Well, he's pulled himself back together, and he's had a tremendous career. He's won 18-0. 9 inside the distance, and you look at his recent performances, you know, victories over like Archie Sharp. He's won the British Commonwealth, European, WBC International. Last time out against Reece Bellotti, knocking Bellotti out in the 12th and final round. Shows that engine's there all the way through, and I'm expecting him to get the job done here against Belma, who's lost his last 8 contests as he lands a big right hand through the middle, sends the Mexican's head back.
Belma had 3 defeats in 2025. He actually hasn't won a contest since 2022. So we have to keep things in perspective when we talk, hopefully in glowing terms, about Ryan Garner, who's really not doing a lot more than marking time here with this one.
Yeah, he's ticking over here, isn't he? And you know, we know what Frank Warren's all about. We know what he's looking to do. But I think that Southampton Football Club is the venue, and he's put Garner on the undercard here in an 8-rounder to keep him active and to get the victor of tonight's main event. That brilliant fight, Jazza Dickens against Anto Cacace.
Cacace, a 9-4 on favourite for that one. Ryan Garner wearing the red and white of Southampton, who themselves had a good upset win today, beating Coventry City, the league leaders in the championship.
Yep, great victory that is.
Anything more to add?
Not really. I'm not. As you know, John, not very up to my football, my friend. Not too much onto that one because I love this sport and this show that we've got here tonight. This is where all the focus has been for me. And Ryan Garner gets this opportunity here against a tough Mexican. Can he get the job done inside the distance?
Well, he didn't look very tough in that particular exchange when he sank to the canvas a moment or two. Referee said it wasn't a knockdown, but he still got to survive 40 seconds to get into round 2, and he's just trying to keep his gloves up and trying to bob and weave and stay away from Garner, who gets in with a left to the body. Both guys wind up on the floor. The referee says no genuine knockdown, no proper punch landed, and he just speaks to Garner there and says, come on, keep your gloves up and let's box rather than wrestle.
Yeah, nothing to do with Garner, though. Garner's the one stalking forward, looking to land the shots. It's Christian Belmont, the Mexican, who's moving around the perimeter of the ring and has got into survival mode already. And there is a fragility around his work as well. That's why he keeps falling over. He doesn't seem like the teak-tough Mexicans that we've seen in the past, even the journeyman.
No, he's not exactly Marco Antonio Barrera, is he? He was stopped in 3 rounds by Zelford Barrett last year. Back in 2023. No, it was last June, I was right first time. And that was up in Bolton, you know, so that's kind of the level he's at. Zelford Barrett, much too much for him.
Yeah, and I tell you something, John, he just took a slow walk back to the corner there, Christian Belmont. He looked up at the trainer. Dare I say it, John? Dare I say it? He looked like he was blowing there after 3 minutes. I think, actually, you may have had more stamina in that first round than he just showed there.
Hey, don't you knock my stamina, I can keep going.
Apparently so, apparently so.
Do be quiet. We move out of the opening round, which was by a long, long way, to Ryan Garner, who's got Wayne Batten, as ever, in his corner. He's been with Ryan Garner right the way through his career, and I think very clearly that this fight could end in the next 3 minutes.
Yep, it's all about what Ryan Garner wants to do here. Is he going to pick the pace up? Is he going to turn the screw? As I say that, he starts the second round, hands held high. He's looking to close the gap already here of Belmont, and you suspect he's looking for that right hand over the top. That's where he's found success, but Belmont is the one that gets success. Left hook to the body, followed by the left hook to the head. That's better, but he gets caught with a right hand counter.
And as soon as he gets caught, he starts to unravel a bit and just clutches on towards the body of Ryan Garner, tries to stay upright. Garner, gloves up high, jogging from one side of the ring to the other, and looks as though he's the sharper man in there. Belmont fake. Oh, he takes a big right hand, Belmont, and he's gone down. Referee doesn't give it a knockdown. I think he should have done.
Yep, he took the right hand, flush on the chin there. Oh, and the big right hand goes in again there. The left hand, the screw shot, fell short, but he followed through with the right hand and landed flush, and the Mexican here, Belmont, is in and under big pressure.
He's got a little bit of a cut around his left eye as a trickle of blood now starts to flow down the left-hand side of his face. And Ryan Garner, I'm sure a lot of his South Coast fans will be listening or watching tonight to see how he can go, and he looks as though he's moving towards an emphatic win here. Another big right hand into the side of Belma's head, and the left to the body, may have slid a little bit low. He's looking to uncork the big right hand, and Belma is bereft of attacking ambitions now, as he's been on the receiving end of some real power shots.
Yeah, Belmont, the Mexican, he's in there and he's a human punch bag at the moment. Garner landing some good shots, but Garner got tagged there with a big left hook and the legs dipped. He's come back with a left hook of his own, but I tell you what, he got caught with a shot there, John.
It wasn't in the script, that was it? And Belmer knows that he caught him and he knows that he hurt him. Maybe that'll give a little bit more belief to the Mexican and a bit more of an attacking ambition.
Yeah, he just switched off for a moment there. He nearly paid the price. He got greedy, but he's got to think about what's coming back to him. Nice right hand. He's taken control of the contest again. And the big left hook as well. Belmer just looking to tie him up. He's in survival mode at the moment. Just under 30 seconds left of round number 2.
Garner seems to have recovered okay from that shot, which clearly did shake him here in the second round, but it's just one. Most of the big punches of the fight have come from Garner, and again Belmer just holds on with desperation as the referee splits them. Last 10 seconds of this round, and it looks as though this is going to be another one very clearly to Ryan Garner.
Yeah, he regrouped there, didn't he, Ryan Garner? But a left hook right above us here. And there was definitely a little dip in the knees, and I'm going to tell you, he's going to get a little stern telling off in the corner there.
Let's listen in. Here's Wayne Batten with Ryan Garner.
Fuck it now. Huh? Fuck it, right? It's good. Lovely work. Just don't switch off. Don't get in nothing. Like you sit on the ropes and you bang the ropes, don't train with it. All right? All right? Yeah?
Keep remember on the end of them shots. Don't smoke it.
For those of a sensitive disposition, if there are words in there which offended you, it's because of that left hand which he took in that round. And Wayne Batten tells him in no uncertain terms, you don't get caught by shots like that.
Do you know what I love? I love watching you listen to the corner when there's certain words that maybe shouldn't be said, especially on live radio. That little smirk on your face there, and that really brings you a light, doesn't it?
Well, we can all use them, Spencer, but it's just where you use them, isn't it?
That's exactly what it is. But yeah, big left hook there. He was caught by Garner, and he got a telling off in that corner, and rightly so. He needs to get a grip of it and turn this around now, because I'll tell you what, he's come out. Big left hook there, though, from Garner.
Belmer caught him with a right-hander, and he gets in again. And Belmer's still got some belief in there. 6 to the canvas. And he's not going to get a count because he reckons he was pulled down, and the referee agrees, and he's basically saying to him, come on, stay on your feet, let's box.
Yeah, he's dangerous when he opens up there, and Garner has to get that chin down because he's throwing his shots and he's leaving his chin out to dry. He's been nailed in that second round. He's got to be careful he doesn't get hit with that again. He's taken the play away here from Belmer again. Double left hook to the head, right hand to the corner, Belmer pinned in the corner. Referee taking a close look here.
I think he stopped it, has he? Yes, he has. Well, that is much too soon for me, because Belmer, still in there, wasn't badly hurt, but he took a couple of headshots, and the referee took the excuse to say it's all over.
Yeah, ridiculous stoppage that was, if I'm totally honest. Belmer, you know, yeah, he was on the end of a little bit of punishment, didn't look in any particular trouble. He had his little moments through that fight as well, a little wake-up call there for Ryan Garner. I know he was just buying time, waiting for the world title shot. The winner of Jazza Dickens, the WBA champion, and Anto Cacace. That happens later on tonight around 10 o'clock. The referee there, far too soon.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to see fighters take too much, but at the same time, surely he's got to give the guy a chance. And just because he's been hit a couple of times, you don't just jump in there, Gary.
No, and I thought, you know, we talked about the left hook that landed in the previous rounds by Belmer, and the fact that he was actually having a little bit of success in the exchanges. Look, we don't want to see someone comatose. We're watching the replay here that Garner has got him pinned on the ropes, but he's bobbing and weaving. He's hitting him with every other third or fourth punch. And as the referee steps in there, that is definitely premature as he's waving it off. he took a left, yes, he took a right, he took another left, he took 3 punches, but it's not that it was catastrophic for him in that moment. He pushes Ryan Garner off, he calls the fight over. That is horribly premature.
And he couldn't believe it. You know, we saw his face, didn't we, when the stoppage was given. He couldn't believe what the referee had done.
But Garner wouldn't have been happy about it either, frankly.
I don't think Garner would have been happy about his performance, you know, and that is always the danger when you're going in there and just buying time, you know, getting in a journeyman, if you like, and just trying to tick over, getting the rounds in. There's always a danger that you take your eye off the ball, and that was a classic example of taking your eye off the ball. Ryan Garner come out, he got complacent, got nailed with a left hook in that opening round, and there, you know, he was getting caught in those exchanges as well. It was not a vintage performance. Good, he's got the win, and he'll probably get the winner of tonight's, you know, main event fight, but he will not be pleased with that.
In a moment, Thomas Schreiber with the results.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute, 7 seconds of round number 3. Our referee in charge, David Irving, stops the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout and still undefeated, Ryan the Piranha Garner!
Ryan Garner, as expected, getting the job done, but in, let's just say, premature circumstances. We all don't mind the referee being a second or two early. He were about 3 minutes too early. Anyway, we'll pick the balls out of that, and we'll talk heavyweights next. Don't go anywhere. This is Fight Night Live from Dublin.
How long is it, mate?
The best thing to do is let him interview him about stuff that we just spoken about.
The thing is about going into the crowd, we're not talking about how great the Irish crowd is. But I don't really want to be talking with loads of people screaming or shouting.
Every fight I want to fight for the world title. Obviously, Jazza, Dickens, Cacace, amazing world-class fighters. It'll be a privilege for me to fight for the world title. To fight with him, like, that's what I'm in this game for. It'll be the biggest fight, the best fight. And fight for the world title, and I'm not become a world champion. So, obviously, I've got my eyes set on them, my eyes on all the world champions, mate. So, what you see is what we're doing for me. Like I said, I'm going to get the room myself. Still with my performance, but yeah, we'll see what happens after this. Let's see what goes on. This is one fight.
We're at the point in Dublin for Fight Night Live, more commonly known these days as the 3 Arena. We've got super featherweights on deck in the World Championship fight in our main event as Anto Cacace challenges to become a 2-time super featherweight champion, taking on the current WBA champion Jazza Dickens. We've got a good co-main event as well with Piers O'Leary. It's a late replacement opponent in Maxi Hughes, but a well-seasoned, well-weathered opponent who will be our co-main feature a little later on. I think it's only fair, ahead of Adam Olinyan, his professional debut, I think it's only fair that we talk heavyweights, seeing as that there's a lot of conversation in and around heavyweights at the moment, and that you've just come back from Thailand, because you've been out there with the big man who's going to be fighting, obviously, in, 4 weeks' time? April the 11th, Tyson Fury back in action against Arslanbek Makhmudov. How is it?
He's in the best form. I've known him for a very, very long time. Obviously, as you know, been around Tyson Fury for nearly 2 decades now. He's coming up 38 this summer. Mentally, physically, emotionally, he's in a great place. Physically, in Jomtien, just outside Pattaya, Thailand. He's jogging every morning. We've seen him with the boombox, with Celine Dion blasting out as he's running along carrying the boombox. I had a great morning with him and his son and his nephew, John Joe, and also Sifu, Robert McInnes, who's been training him out there. Tyson's in a fantastic...
Joseph Parker's out there with him as well, isn't he?
He was, but he's left. Kevin Lorena was there as well. Tyson's sleeping on a boat at night in the harbour, by the way. And I say this without it sounding ridiculous. He's having soapy massages by 4 expert masseurs that do Muay Thai fighters. They do each limb at the same time, 2 on the legs, 2 on the arms. It sounds weird, I know, Thailand, soapy massage and all that.
Sounds delightful.
Yeah, but it does. And I've seen the videos, but I didn't see it being done. But he looks really sharp on the pads as well, and he's very rejuvenated. He's in a great place, and he's talking about 3 fights. Arslanbek Makhmudov, Anthony Joshua, and Alexander Usyk. And apart from Anthony, who's obviously now working out a little more, everyone else in the top 10 of the heavyweight division is on the move at the moment.
Regarding Anthony, because that'll lead us in nicely to that conversation, because I think every single fight fan watching this wants to see Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua. We're absolutely in that camp. We were speaking about it a little earlier on the week work we spent. I think everybody just wants Anthony to be in a really good headspace before he enters or even starts to think about competing again after the tragedy that he suffered at the back end of last year. It's great to see him back in the gym. It's great to see him moving around. The noise is positive. One of the conversations that me and Spencer were having this week is, if you're Anthony Joshua, do you have a tune-up fight before you go into the Tyson Fury contest, or do you just go straight for the Tyson Fury contest? The reason why I'm asking it is because we've waited for it for so long. The last thing we want is anything to halt the opportunity of AJ Fury.
No, he's going to have a warm-up fight. Listen, the Fury-Joshua fight is signed, okay? It is signed in the background. I've got that on good authority. I can't put it out there as a scoop, but they are moving towards it. I interviewed Rico Verhoeven.
Who's it signed with?
For a cover story. It's with, I mean, it's with the big money people. It'll be on Netflix.
When you say signed, do you mean agreed, or do you mean they've actually signed?
Agreed. They are moving towards it. But they both want the fight. Funnily enough, last week, the day before I went to see Tyson Fury, I interviewed Rico Verhoeven for the cover story of Ring magazine in May, before he steps into the pyramids at Giza to fight Alexander Usyk. We can have our own debate about what we think about the WBC title being on the line.
You know what I think.
But Rico, in that interview, said he had absolutely signed to fight Anthony Joshua.
Yeah.
That fight was definitely on. Joshua will have to have a fight in June or July, I imagine, and then Fury and Joshua will be late in the year. It could even be next year, but it's on the cards and it's going to happen.
I just don't know what the... Listen, what happened to Anthony was a tragedy, of course. So therefore, I keep saying this, he needs to get to a place of peace where he can compete again. But I just don't see any reason to be having any other fights than each other if they're both fit, ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, but it's the same with Fury. 15 months out, he needed the Makhmudov fight. You can't say that the Jake Paul fight for Anthony Joshua...
Oh, no, I'm not saying
the
that.
The trauma and the tragedy is one thing, but you can't say... I mean, I don't even think Rico Verhoeven would have been a great warm-up fight for for Tyson Fury. Jake Paul is no warm-up fight for Tyson Fury. And at that age, and Tyson Fury... I've got an interview out in the Telegraph tomorrow in the newspaper, as he talks about, at this age, coming up 38, you are going to struggle at this level, and you've got to be very, very careful, because inactivity in your late 30s is a killer for a fighter.
And that's why Tyson Fury is going in with Makhmudov, because it's a good test to see if he still belongs at that level. Now, I disagree with you about the Jake Paul situation, actually, about that not being a good enough warm-up fight. And the reason I disagree with you, Gareth, is because Anthony Joshua was...
Jake Paul took him 6 rounds.
No, it was all about... With Anthony Joshua, it's all about going through the motions, and that's what it was. It's not about getting the rounds in or anything like that. It was about getting in the dressing room, getting your hands wrapped up, doing that ring walk again, getting back to winning ways. You know, all right, yeah, getting a couple of rounds out there as well, but, you know, just smelling the arena, smelling the outside. Catman nailed it there. There's no point in risking this at this late stage. It's a huge payday and the biggest fight in boxing still, whether people are screaming at the radio right now or not, or even if they're watching us on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Hello, guys. And if they are, by the way, and they're screaming at me here, it's too big a fight to lose, and you can't put Anthony Joshua in with any of these young contenders coming up. The guys that are there or thereabouts at the moment, he's had the warm-up fight because he's gone through the motions.
Hang on a minute,
and that is what it is, going through the motions.
But Fury told me in this interview as well that he needed this fight with Makhmudov for being 15 months out to know whether he's got it anymore.
Absolutely.
And we'll find out on April the 11th if his legs are too old, if he's got it anymore.
What's his target? What's Tyson Fury's target and reason for coming back?
His target is money. He doesn't need to do anything anymore. We all want the era-defining clash with Joshua. We all want it because we want to see the era rounded off with a bookend. If it doesn't happen, we've missed out on something.
And I think it's for different reasons, because I think that Fury actually is doing it to see if he's still got something left, because you know why? It's that legacy fight.
But he's also still in love with training and being...
I get that.
He's enjoying himself. He does genuinely look and feel rejuvenated.
But he also does not want to lose to Anthony Joshua, and that's why he wants to see if he's still got it, because that fight is the fight that defines both of their careers. That's the fight that everybody remembers them for. Yeah, the amazing trilogy with Wilder and all that, but you're always remembered for that. If you've got a competitor that comes from the same country, that is always a big thing. So Fury, understandably, is going through that. Anthony Joshua went through those motions, and he doesn't need anything else. That's why I was saying...
And it's 5 years too late in lots of ways, isn't it? 5 years too late.
Yeah,
because it should happen in the early 2020s.
Of course, and there's been many opportunities along this journey for him to make that particular fight, and for various reasons, that fight hasn't materialised. It would be an absolute travesty if, and I'm convinced that in 10, 15, 20 years' time, when it is all said and done, if they look back on their careers and they didn't fight each other, I think they'll be disappointed.
Yeah, and also they won't have earned the 100 million each they're going to earn for it as well. So that plays into it too. But like you say, it's a big, big bragging rights fight for both men, John.
I think it's too late. You know, it's not a career-defining fight. It's not an era-defining fight because they've missed the boat.
So you're not going to be there with us when it happens?
Of course I'm going to be there. Of course I want to see it. But, you know, you can't say that it's defining careers.
No, but down the line, Spencer's right, because people will talk about it forever. It doesn't matter when it was. People talk about the Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao fight, and they're about to fight again in their blooming 40s after they fought in their late 30s. You still talk about that being one of the defining fights of the era.
Yeah, I think it's what we talk about, what we say now is like we're living the good old days, aren't we? When we move forward in 10, 15 years' time and we all might be doing different things, you don't know what we'll be doing. You go, do you remember the good old days? You know, when we was there and you remember those days at ringside, these certain big fights. And that fight will be remembered. And if you look through both of their careers, they'll be remembered for that fight. And I agree, yeah, they're both past their primes for sure, and that's probably what makes it such an intriguing fight.
Where are you at with the heavyweight division at the moment?
Well, like I said, I'm glad everyone's on the move and everyone's fighting. The Rico Verhoeven, I mean, I've known Rico a long time.
Well, you say everyone, Ajit Kabayel isn't.
No, he's the only one who isn't, and maybe he should be. And maybe he should be challenging for that WBC crown. It doesn't feel right. But Rico is, I don't know, the WBC vacillated between the full title being on the line. It probably shouldn't be. They should have created a special belt for it. But, you know, he's a guy that has dominated a certain combat sport, kickboxing, for 11 years. He's beaten everyone there is to beat. He's had an hour on the phone with him the other day, and he's going to give his all. I see it as a 90-10 fight. I see Usyk outboxing him and tiring him through the bout, much like Floyd Mayweather did to Conor McGregor, Adam, all those years ago. But you can't take the opportunity away from him. Turki Al-Sheikh wants to do different things and think outside the box.
Yeah.
He's come up with it.
Listen.
But I don't think the full belt should be on the line.
No, you're 100% right on the belt thing. I have absolutely no problem with the fight, and people might think, well, what are you talking about? Alexander Usyk still the main man in the heavyweight division. He should be fighting the next best guy. Yeah, on paper, yeah, I agree with that. However, Alexander Usyk has delivered above and beyond for fight fans over the last, 5 years? He mopped up at cruiserweight on the road, beating all the best guys in their back garden. Comes to the heavyweight division. He's done it at heavyweight, not once, but twice against the top people. So therefore, if he wants to have a little bit of fun now, cash in, make some big dough in a really cool, new, trendy location, I've no problem with it, especially...
Brilliant historic location.
Especially against Rico Verhoeven, who has done the exact same thing in kickboxing. So he's kind of at the same stage where Usyk's at. Yeah, have your fun fight, make a load of dough, let's all have a little bit of fun and let's stream it around the world and let's have some... I agree. As a
shouldn't be a voluntary WBC heavyweight.
Listen, as a boxing contest, Alexander Usyk is the king of kings, and therefore I think he would quite comfortably take care of Rico Verhoeven, who is a tough you-know-what, and I'm sure he's going to give it everything that he's got to try and cause some type of upset. I personally don't see that happening. The real tragedy here is the WBC sanctioning that as the heavyweight championship of the world. You've got a top 15 that have all been paying the sanctioning fees. You've got an interim champion who's sat there in the wings waiting for his opportunity, and you're giving an opportunity from someone from a different sport to fight for a championship belt that he shouldn't be fighting for. Like I said, no problem with the fight, but the WBC should have grown a said to Mr. Usyk, give us that belt back, sunshine, we're moving the division on. Ajit Kabayel is going to be fighting the #1 contender. If you want to fight for it next, sound mate, we'll put you as the #1 contender off the back of that. That's cool, no problem. But we moved the division on.
No, I agree with you. And Rico Verhoeven said to me, you know, I've seen your view on it and I've been strong like you have on it. And he said, you know, do you think the whole boxing world feels the same? I think they do. And he said, well, I'm going to try and prove something that I am worthy of that challenge. And he may well do that. But I just think that even though he's going to be trained by Peter Fury, who's always in his camp, and that Peter, the professor of boxing, may make a big difference to him with Dennis Schuwil, who's his coach. But I just think that the WBC, Mauricio Suleiman said they weren't going to have the belt on the line, and then this council, his extraordinary council, changed their mind about it. It doesn't sit right with me, but it doesn't sit right with me.
Guys, may I say, the rules stipulate that you have to be in the top 15 in the WBC rankings to be able to box for the WBC title.
Yeah.
So what does that say?
Money.
Right, listen, I'm with you guys, right? I don't mind the fight. I think Usyk's earned the fight, you know, and that's good. Let that be an exhibition or whatever you want it to be. But WBC title, allowing someone to just come in, jump the queue. Do you know how hard these guys have all worked? Dick Kabayel,
he's an interim champion. He's the interim champion.
He's the interim champion. You know, he's putting himself on the line the whole time, waiting for the opportunity. You know, Lawrence Okoli is #1. Give the title up, let Lawrence Okoli box Ajit Kabayel.
Here's one for the pair of you. I'll come to you first on this, Gareth, because obviously Alexander Usyk's given an interview recently, hasn't he? And he's talking about his 3-fight plan. We've just been speaking about Tyson Fury's. But Alexander Usyk said, right, I'm going to have this one with Rico Verhoeven, right? Then, my next one is going to be Dubois-Wardley winner. Then, I'm going to fight Tyson Fury. That's his plan. Now, he's come out and said that publicly. The WBC then should say, whoa, 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 whoa. We've got an agreement here, pal. You're having whatever you do with Rico Verhoeven. You're fighting Andrew Caballel next.
Hey, and the problem is, if Daniel Dubois beats Fabio Wardley, he's going into a third fight with a guy he's beaten twice.
That nobody wants to see.
Stop, that no one wants to see. It should be Caballel next, no question whatsoever in my view, and then maybe a third fight with Tyson Fury, if that works out. If that, because they've had 2 great fights so far, and if it works,
Usyk won them comfortably.
He did, but if it works, it works. And I don't think it'll get to that with Tyson Fury. I think after he's fought Makhmudov, and if he fights Joshua, I don't think we'll see him fight again. As by the way, we see Adam Olaniyan knock out a big fat heavyweight very, very easily.
Well, he's just got back to his feet. It was a pretty heavy knockdown from Adam Olaniyan, the Irish heavyweight. He's making his debut just in front of our eyes. Just sticking on this, we'll talk about him in a minute, and I want you to get Frank's thoughts on this young man, because there's a lot of comparisons that are going to be thrown his way with Moses Atauma. This fight's over, by the way. I don't even know what we were just watching, but Adam Olaniyan. John, can I come to you on that? Because you obviously were watching that contest. Olaniyan is obviously with Paul Stevo in the corner right now celebrating a victory, but what was that?
Well, it was an absolute farce, that's what it was. Jan Bezuska from the Czech Republic is 44 years old, stands about 6'3", and would appear to be weighing around about 23 stone. He is enormous round his gut. Olaniyan just clipped him a couple of times. First time was a glancing blow, down went Bezuska. He landed another one after Bezuska had got back to his head, back to his feet, and was counted out, and it was all over in a matter of seconds. Absolute farce, really. And you know, this lad was a world and European youth champion, and a lot of hopes are being pinned on him in the Irish boxing community. He signed to Frank Warren, and frankly, that didn't prove a single thing. Absolute rubbish.
Bigger test down the line, no doubt, for Adam Olaniyan. We'll get Frank Warren's thoughts on Olaniyan and the plan for him in the not-too-distant future. But let's get back to the proper heavyweight conversation regarding the Alexander Usyk scenario. Listen, Usyk's come out and he said his 3-fight plan, right? And I don't think anybody's going to begrudge him doing whatever he wants at this particular stage. I don't want him to hold other people's careers up, so therefore sanctioning bodies need to grow a set with it. And let's be honest, in 20 years' time, when you're reflecting on Alexander Usyk's career, are you going to remember the last 3 fights that are a bit of a whatever compared to the fantastic fights that he's already given us? Probably not, all right? However, I have Usyk on this pedestal. I put him right up there. He's one of the best that I've ever seen. He's always taken on the best challenges. He stands for something in boxing, for me anyway, just as a fan. I don't want to see him go out like this. I want to see him still take on the very best guys. The win or the loss doesn't matter to me. I still want him to take on the best guys. And the best guys for me would be the challenge of Ajit Caballel. I've absolutely no problem with it being Fabio Wardley if he comes through Dubois, because Wardley's earned the opportunity to have a shot at the top king. And, come on, let's be honest about it. Who does not want to see Alexander Usyk and Moses Atauma? Who does not want to see that before Usyk calls time? They should be the final 3 fights for him.
I agree. I do agree with that. If you were looking on powerful legacy and meritocracy, it wouldn't even be Rico Verhoeven right now. And frankly,
no.
Adam, it would be Ajit Caballel. It would be Moses Atauma, and it would be, maybe that will be it.
And if Wardley beat Dubois, then
and Wardley, and Wardley potentially as well, but not Dubois either. Those would be the 3 fights right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I totally agree with you guys. Ajit Caballel deserves his opportunity, and he should get that opportunity. Fabio Wardley equally. You know, he's done it the hard way. He's got there, and he deserves that as well against Alexander Usyk. If you're talking about cleaning up modern eras, etc., etc., and that's pretty much where we're at with it. You know, Alexander Usyk will go down as, you know, an all-time great, and if he really wanted to stamp his name as the #1 ever, or be in that argument, you got to take on Moses. That's where you're at with it. But he can't just choose his 3 opponents and think that he can hold the belts up with that. Listen, I respect what he's done, Usyk, but come on, let the other people fight for them.
Agree. And I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to send you. We're lucky enough that his promoter sat across there, because Frank Warren looks after Ajit Gabriel. So I think what we'll do, we'll send you over there to have a quick chat with Frank Warren, talk about all the things that you need to talk to him about. We'll be back in a minute, and we'll get a thought on this young man that's just been in the ring as well. We're in Dublin at the 3 Arena. Spencer Oliver's just seen a gentleman on the stairs in the crowd having a good old time singing along to this particular tune. That was like you last night, wasn't it, Spencer?
It was a little bit like me last night, mate. In fact, he looked like he had a little bit more rhythm than what I had last night, that is for sure.
Dancing away. The party is here. It's obviously St Patrick's weekend in Dublin. We are here for Fight Night Live. The main event is Jazza Dickens versus Anto Cacace. Pierce O'Leary and Maxie Hughes are going to be going at it very, very shortly in the super lightweight division. We've just seen Adam Olanian's professional debut. Gareth A. Davies is out and about with his microphone. Ringside at the moment. Can you hear me, Gareth?
I can hear you. I'm with Frank right now. Can I speak to you, Frank?
Of course, go.
I'm with Frank here ringside. Adam Olanian looks a very promising. I mean, he was up against not very much tonight, but you're very.
It's his first fight.
First fight.
What do you think? It's his young man. It's the first fight. So what's the problem? He's done what he had to do, got rid of him, and done it in style, and he'll be out again soon.
My question was more, how exciting can he be?
He is exciting. He's an exciting young fighter. Star over here. He obviously is a world amateur heavyweight champion and twice European champion. So So he's got a great future in front of him.
You're spoilt for riches in the heavyweight division at the moment, Frank. How do you feel, we were just discussing, how do you feel about Rico Verhoeven fighting for the WBC title against Alexander Usyk? Should Mauricio Suleiman have sanctioned that?
Well, you like it, don't you? Ring Magazine, you work for him. The Ring, you like the show. You like the fight. You're happy with it, you're happy with it. Me, I'd much rather have seen him fighting Fabio. That's what I'd have preferred.
Or Ajit even, or Ajit Cabayo.
Or Ajit, either of them, yeah. And that's what he should be doing, defending his titles.
He's the one frozen out at the moment, Ajit, in that sense, isn't he? That it feels like...
Well, he won't be frozen out because the WBC will have to order the fight, otherwise they're going to have a big problem. That's what will happen. Or he'll have to vacate his title, Alex.
We've got a massive heavyweight 5-6 weeks coming up. It's very rich in the heavyweight division right now, isn't it?
It is, and we're putting on the best shows, regular shows, the best fighting the best, in front of big crowds. Plenty of people are watching them. They're exciting, and we go from strength to strength. Sellout show after sellout, and there ain't nobody else doing that.
It's amazing here tonight. You picked very cleverly. End of the championship, Six Nations. Ireland winning today, Paddy's weekend. This is an amazing arena to come to with that big banked audience behind us as well, isn't it?
Well, we're promoters and we're not going to be extinct. That's what we do. Been doing it for a long, long time, and doing it and delivering in style. Regularly, been doing it for years and years and years and continuing to do so. All these shows we're putting on and this run of shows, nobody's doing that in the world at all. Nobody.
You reference, I think, a story I wrote in the Telegraph, the headline of the story, not what I wrote, but
and the content of it. And you should say that at the top of that, you should say you work for Ring Magazine. You're not reporting that. You write it for the Telegraph, but you also write for the Ring Magazine.
I was writing it from the context of Dana White challenging you guys at the moment.
Why don't you say some of the things that are happening with UFC? You're a reporter and reporting about boxing and what they're doing in the boxing. You should be reporting about some of the things that are happening with their fighters.
What's your take on what Dana White's bringing? Is he bringing it? Can he challenge you guys?
Whatever he's going to bring, he'll bring, and time will tell what he brings. And that's it. Up to now, he's done what they've done, 4 shows, and as he says himself, judge him on his content.
As you say, you've been around a long time, you know exactly what you're doing. You're very confident that the power lies with yourself, with DAZN.
I'm confident on what we do. We deliver and have always delivered great fights. We're keeping that heavyweight division going. The best are fighting the best. That's what we're doing on a regular basis. Last year, the biggest attended boxing show in the world, we promoted at Wembley. When we put Usyk in with Daniel Dubois. That's the audience here. Sold out in Germany, sold out here. That's what we're doing. So that speaks for itself.
I just visited Tyson Fury in Pattaya, Thailand last week, and he seems really rejuvenated, in great form. Have you spoken to him in the last few weeks?
I have, and especially when he came over to the press conference, he looks extremely well. It's best I've seen him look.
Do you think that Arslanbek Makhmudov will be a test for him, and do you believe we'll see him in with Anthony Joshua this year?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with Anthony Joshua. He's coming off of a terrible, tragic experience. He got an injury himself in that terrible road crash. 2 of his friends and 2 of his teams died. I don't know where he is mentally. I have no idea. But that's what Tyson was signing up for. We'll see what happens. Time will tell with that. As regarding Mudov, that for Tyson's a comeback fight. It's a good opponent for him. It's a tough opponent for him.
You mentioned Ring Magazine. I did a piece with you recently in Ring Magazine as well, and you said you think we are in one of the great heavyweight eras at the moment as well.
We are. Look at the fights. I mean, look at the fights, the ones that we're putting on. You look at them, these fights are happening. Number 1, Fabio fighting against Daniel Dubois. That is the quality fight. That's the world champion fighting a guy who's ranked in the top 3. we're doing that. You've got Tony Yoka in fighting with Lawrence Ciccone. What a great fight that's a great fight. We've got Moses in. I think we only got 1,000 tickets left for that show. Moses in with Franklin. What a good test that is for him. And many others. And we're announcing another couple of heavyweight fights next week, which the main events will sell out. You know, like people say what they want to be judged on? Judge us on what we put on, the shows we put on. Magnificent 7 show with Moses on. Every fight on there is a cracking fight. And look at the crowds. It's sold out, absolutely sold out. Been sold out for weeks.
It's absolutely brilliant atmosphere here tonight. I must concur with you. Ajit Kabayel going to be announced in a fight soon. Are you hinting at that?
He's going to be fighting soon. And we've got, as I say, we've got another couple of ones that we're announcing as well. We are not just keeping the heavyweight division going, we've made a lot of our fighters are in big fights.
Thank you very much as always, Frank. Great stuff. Thank you.
Frank Warren on good form there with Gareth A. Davies. Some big cards on the way in the not too distant future, courtesy of Queensbury, and he highlighted, without any shadow of a doubt, the best contest in the heavyweight division right now that is already booked. It's got to be Fabio Wardy and Daniel Dubois.
Absolutely. Listen, fantastic fight, isn't it? It's going to be a matter of opinion who you go for in that one. Yes, Fabio Wardley has got the momentum behind him. He's coming off a great win over Joseph Parker, and he will start the favourite. But do not write Daniel Dubois off. We know he's heavy-handed. He will go straight out there. A lot of people are going to ask about, you know, Daniel and his mental state of mind. Well, I can tell you, I can confirm, he's in a good place.
Earlier on this week, myself and Spencer went to talkSPORT Ireland, and one of the big questions that they were asking us was about Katie Taylor. And guess what? She's in the arena, and Gareth A. Davies is with her.
I am with her. The First Lady of Boxing is sitting here next to me. We're all debating you and the end of your career. You've announced the retirement with one more fight. Tell us about where you are with that, Katie.
Yeah, well, we're still clinging on to a bit of hope that Croke Park can happen. I would absolutely love to end my career there. It was a big decision to announce my retirement, but I feel this is the right time. It's been an amazing career. I'm so grateful for all the whole lot of this journey has been incredible from start to finish, and I just want to end my career on a high, and there's no better place to end than Croke Park.
What about an opponent?
We haven't really gone into those details there. We're just trying to get over the line with Croke Park first, but I'm obviously willing to fight anyone, but we'll see what happens.
You fought here, it's flaming mad in here, isn't it? It's brilliant.
It's amazing, such an amazing show. The atmosphere is incredible. Everyone's here to see Pierce O'Leary, and what an amazing atmosphere. I get goosebumps when you're in atmospheres, and this is what boxing is all about.
You fought on Netflix, you fought on really big shows, you've entranced the world, you've delighted us for so long. I mean, I go back to about 2007, I think, with you.
Yeah.
You were the first Olympic champion at lightweight. Look at what you've achieved, all those world titles. What made you finally think it's time to call a close? Is the body feeling it?
I think I have definitely a few more fights in me, but I want to end my career on a high. I've always wanted to end my career strong and end on my terms. And so that's what I plan to do. I want to end my career well. That's very, very important for me. And so this final fight is very, very important to end my career on a high, and I hope it's going to be an amazing special occasion.
Jake Paul gets a lot of stick, not least he got some stick from Anthony Joshua on his chin. But what do you make of what he's doing for women's boxing?
He's been incredible for the sport, incredible for women's boxing, and I'm so grateful for him. It's so loud here right now.
I know, I feel like I'm with the President of Ireland here. Maybe you're going to run at some point or not.
Maybe.
It's great to see you. Thank you
too,
very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Katie Taylor there with Gareth A. Davies. I'm going to shut up now because Pierce O'Leary, he's on his way to the ring and he is being serenaded on his ring walk. noise inside the 3 Arena is absolutely deafening. Sadly, we don't have the microphone on the singer that's currently on stage with Piers O'Leary, but I'm sure it's coming through the speakers right now. The roar from this crowd is absolutely incredible. Piers Big Bang O'Leary, for the first time as a professional, the man from Dublin fights in Dublin. He's been on the road, he up sticks, he went to the UK, he's fought all over the UK and various other places, mainly in Bolton at the early parts of his career. I saw him there a couple of times. But now with his traditional flat cap, he makes his way to the ring here at the 3 Arena. He grew up 200 yards down the road, and he is being welcomed by his home people. As I said, for the first time as a pro. This is a big night for Piers O'Leary, and he's in the toughest challenge that he's faced so far in a professional ring. Maxi Hughes, it was supposed to be Mark Chamberlain, but on 2 weeks' notice, Mark sadly had to pull out the fight. Maxi Hughes put his hand up, and here we are, ready to rock and roll in an absolute classic co-main.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 12 rounds, and it will be for the vacant IBO Super Lightweight World Championship. Brought to you by Frank Warren for Queensberry, along with their great sponsors. Unibet, 32 Red, That Prize Guy, Global Next Trade, and Riyadh Season. It is sanctioned by the Boxing Union of Ireland, Chairman Mel Crystal, along with the International Boxing Organization, President Ed Levine, Supervisor David Barry. The judges are Glenn Feldman, Roberto Ramirez Jr., and Benoit Roussel. Our referee in charge, third man in the ring, will be Jean-Robert Lane. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing white with red and blue and weighed in officially at 139.12 pounds. Coming to us from Rosington, Yorkshire, England, he brings a professional record consisting of 29 wins, 8 defeats, 2 draws, 6 wins, come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former British champion and former IBO lightweight world champion, Maximus Hughes. And his opponent across the ring in this co-main event, he is fighting out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing burgundy with green and weighed in officially at 139.8 pounds. His professional record, undefeated. 18 wins, 10 of his 18 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the current WBC International Champion. From right here, Dublin, Ireland, Piers Big Bang O'Leary.
Wow, wow, wow. It is deafening inside the 3 Arena. Here's the final instructions from the referee. Hopefully you can hear them.
Instruction in the dressing room. Listen to my command at all time and protect yourself at all time. Remember, we have an agreement, a clear and clean fight. Check hands.
I've got to say, this is absolutely incredible. Still to come, Jazza, Dickens and Cacace. That's the main event. But the Dublin people have come out for one of their own. It's the first time as a professional he fights in front of them. It's Piers O'Leary. It's Maxi Hughes in our co-main event here on talkSPORT, calling you through this fight. Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
Well, I hope that they heard those final instructions from the referee, because if they did so, they did more than I did. There's noise in here, absolutely deafening. They are here to celebrate the return of a great Dublin hero, Pierce O'Leary. Is Maxie Hughes going to be able to give him any sort of a fight? The southpaw from Rossington in Yorkshire. He's shorter, very experienced, but 10 years older, and he's taken this fight at very short notice.
Yep, he certainly has. He's taken this fight at 2 weeks' notice, but Pierce O'Leary, this is the coming-of-age fight for him, the homecoming for him. This kid has been on a tough journey, packed up, went to London at 18 years of age, built his career. He's back now, and look how they have turned out for him here. Possibly one of the most deafening atmospheres I've been involved with, and a good start here from Pierce O'Leary.
Said he came across to the UK almost literally with nothing, sleeping on floors, and he managed to battle his way through, box his way through, and he's been a pro now for some 7 years, and he's won every fight that he's been in.
Yep, he's a very tough guy. He's been on a journey, as we say, and that is character building, John, and he uses that in the ring. This kid is hungry, but he can fight. Yes, he is 18-0, and he does have 10 of those inside the distance, but his boxing IQ is brilliant. He loves to come forward, he loves to work the body, but he's in against a tricky opponent here in Maxie Hughes, who's been there, seen it, done it, and does sometimes upset the apple cart.
And, of course, he's a southpaw, which I don't think any orthodox fighter particularly relishes, but surely O'Leary is going to be inspired by the noise that's coming in here behind him as he gets through to Hughes with a sneak little right hand, but Hughes is keeping a very, very tight guard, and he's fighting small, isn't he? Not a tall man, and he's making O'Leary have to punch down.
Yeah, you can't underestimate Maxie Hughes. You know, he's one of those guys that if you box below par, he'll give you nightmares. He done that against George Kambosos back in 2023, a fight that I thought he beat Kambosos that night, never got the decision, but that was a great, great performance he put in there. Shows he's still got a lot in the tank, and this is a huge step up here for Pierce O'Leary.
A year or two ago, he beat John O'Carroll, who we heard earlier this evening win our first big fight of the night that we brought you. And O'Leary is just easing through this first round, and he's producing some nice boxing. There's a lovely right hand there through that high guard of Hughes. Nicely timed shot as we come into the final 10 seconds of this opening round. Not a lot between them, but I think O'Leary probably just doing enough to take that opening period.
Yep, I'm with you, John. I think O'Leary done enough in that opening round, but Maxie Hughes, as I said, is a tough guy. He's a wily old fox. He knows his way around the ring, and he showed that. He's very, very capable still. He was working well behind that southpaw jab, landing a few shots of his own, but a better start there from O'Leary, who dominated the centre of the ring. He was stalking forward. He was looking for those openings, looking for that opportunity. Didn't get it, by the way, because Maxie Hughes, as I say, defensively is a great fighter as well. Interesting first round, but a good one for Pierce O'Leary.
Trained by Joe McNally, who's a Liverpool trainer, and he's bringing him, hopefully, he hopes, towards a big world title fight. This is for a world title strap, but it's the IBO version, and you know, you can't really kid yourself. It's not a fully ranked world title.
No, it's not one of the better ranked world titles. You know, the WBC's up there, obviously WBA, WBO, IBF. You know, they're the main four sanctioning bodies, but the IBO is definitely a big step on the ladder.
Absolutely spine-tingling welcome that he got, and Hughes makes him miss with a couple of right crosses, circling to his left. Hughes, which in theory would bring him onto the right hand of O'Leary. And O'Leary looking as though he wants to deliver it. Couple of good right hand jabs from Maxie Hughes, and then O'Leary parries him as he tries to come in with another one and almost drags him down onto the canvas.
Yeah, O'Leary with that real intense style, that intensity that he brings with that as well. He loves to attack the body, and I think that's what he's trying to do as he whips in a right hook to the body there, and Maxie Hughes just creeps underneath the elbows. Hughes took it well, but a great shot.
finished his preparations for this contest at the Dublin Dockyards Boxing Club, which was actually where he started his career some 19 years ago at the age of 7. And he says he dedicates himself to hard work, dedication. It's about myself and a dream.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, those challenges he talked about in the week as well. He said a lot of those challenges have come against himself, and that's grown him as a person, as a man, and that's put him to where he's got to today. He says he's going to seize this opportunity. It is all about opportunity, and he's going to grab it with both hands. He respects Maxi Hughes, but he said he's going to get the job done, and so far, so good.
Well, he just looks heavier-handed, doesn't he? There's a nice counter in there, left-hand counter from Maxi Hughes, but the greater power in the gloves seems to lie with O'Leary, the Dubliner.
Yeah, whipping in the body shot, switching the left hook underneath the elbow again there of Maxi Hughes, but he's doing a good job, Hughes. Defensively, he's moving all the time. Right hand goes in again there, but Hughes blocks it well.
O'Leary has him cornered, but Hughes trying to work his way along the ropes, and he does so. Good right hand in there from O'Leary, followed by a left. Hughes spears him with that right jab. He's accurate, isn't he, with that right jab? Doesn't waste a lot, Hughes.
No, Hughes is one of those. That's what I said. He's an experienced guy. He's been at that level, and more importantly, he's been in other people's backyards before, and he pulls off the victories. He says there's no pressure on him that way. He prefers it that way. But I've got to say, John, I don't think he's ever been in the Lions' Den like he is here at the Free Arena in Dublin. What an atmosphere we got tonight.
But he's not getting intimidated by it. O'Leary finishes the round fast. One of his body shots may have strayed a little bit low, and the referee has a word with him, but he's putting the pressure on in the closing seconds of the round. I thought he won the opening round, and it was close, that second round, but I think that Pierce O'Leary won it again, Gareth.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 rounds to Pierce O'Leary. He's got that bristling tenacity, hasn't he? Those predatory instincts. Maxi Hughes obviously is a very clever cover-up counter-puncher, and as Spencer rightly pointed out, if you're not on your game, he'll outbox you. But he's on 2 weeks' notice, Maxi. He's gutted a 4-bedroom house, and he's been doing the building work. I don't know if he's going to get worn down. If O'Leary can keep this up round after round, I think he'll be chopped down like the tree. O'Leary has a cut over his right eye already. I don't know if that was a clash of heads, because at the moment O'Leary looks like he's harnessed the atmosphere of this giant room, and he's taking all the venom with him.
As we go now into the third round, I give it the first 2 rounds to Pierce O'Leary. Hughes had his moments, though, in that last round, and there's no way that he's being just frightened by the huge support that O'Leary is getting. He's giving him a test.
Yeah, he certainly is, but there's a real intensity around Pierce O'Leary's work, but it's educated pressure. That's what he's got here, O'Leary. Yes, he's very forceful in his work, but he thinks about it. He picks the shots, he picks them well. But Maxi Hughes showing that he's more than capable of boxing out of that southpaw stance, pings out that right-hand jab, ramrod of a jab, heads clash dangerously together. Again there, O'Leary already picked up a cut over the eyelid, and if he takes a shot on that, by the way, John, that could open up, and it's in a bad place because it's across the top of the eyelid. The blood can flow into the eye. The referee won't like that, and that will cause him problems.
It's the right eye which is damaged, and Hughes, he's got in his corner, incidentally, Shane O'Hagan, who's Josh Warrington's father, who had a heart attack fairly recently, and good to see him back here tonight, and good to see him looking well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's always important, and yeah, he looks fantastic, doesn't he? And so far, Pierce O'Leary's performance is looking fantastic as well, as he switches the attacks to the body again.
I think Joe McNally's going to be pleased with the way his man's performing in there so far. And remember, his first time fighting as a professional in Dublin. It's a big, big night for him, and the crowd have turned out in their droves, as much for him as for our main event, Jazza Dickens against Anthony Cacace, which comes up on talkSPORT after this fight concludes.
Yeah, we just heard that excellent interview with Gareth Davis and Katie Taylor, and Katie Taylor said they have all turned out here tonight for Pierce O'Leary. He's a real popular figure here in Ireland, in Dublin, and we look around the arena and there is not an empty seat in this place. 10, 12,000 in there, and they are loving this performance from Pierce O'Leary as he piles on the pressure again.
He's on the front foot and he's the one landing the punches. Tries to throw a left jab, that one's just off target. A right hand taken on the gloves by Hughes, but then back comes O'Leary, landing clubbing body shots. Good right hook in there, thudded into the rib cage of Hughes, who's forced to backpedal. He's trying to work off the ropes, but he's not being very proactive now. All the pressure is coming from O'Leary. Hughes does get in with a left hook to the body, but it's O'Leary who's tactically bossing this, producing the better boxing moves. And as we come now into the closing seconds, I wonder if we can go into the O'Leary corner and hear while they're viewing this one, because I would think Joe McNally must be very happy. Let's listen in.
We don't have to just walk in something, always something fake. See the hard touches in the roundabout and the deep right hand, and then he's got desperate to come in. Just keep the punches short and punches in, execute the counter, okay? Don't be looking for the one shot, okay? Punches in, punches please. Fantastic. So look, you're not letting him rest. Just a little bit more activity, yeah? See the one left hand?
Well, we can make out some of that, and I know that the gist of it is that you're boxing terrifically and you're just not letting him rest.
Yeah.
So yes, he is happy with the way he's going.
Joe McNally, you know, saying the right things in the corner there, but that just gives you guys an idea of the atmosphere in here. We can normally hear those cornermen. Nothing was different there. The only thing that was different was the way this crowd is roaring for this local man, Pierce O'Leary. The coming-of-age fight for him. Can he do it against the experienced Maxie Hughes? 3 rounds gone, 3 rounds up.
Yeah, the Yorkshireman is in the fight, but he's not come close to taking one of these rounds so far. Second was maybe his best. We're now into the fourth, and the Dubliner stands 5'8", pale-skinned Pierce O'Leary, the taller man, against the Yorkshireman, and he's just boxing so nicely. Good couple of jabs start the scoring action in O'Leary's favour. Hughes tries to respond behind his own right-hand lead and misses with a wild-looking left hook. Good, short, crisp right hand inside from O'Leary, and there was a bit of power in there.
Yeah, there certainly was a blistering speed combination to the body and to the head, and he's starting to break through the guard now of Maxie Hughes, and Maxie Hughes for the first time forced to hold there. He was caught with a couple of good shots, and there's some real momentum now around O'Leary's work.
And I just wonder if O'Leary continues with this sort of intensity. Great shot, and he's been staggered, Hughes. He's in trouble there. He's on very, very rickety-looking legs, and O'Leary's trying to catch him again with another big left hand. 2 huge left hooks from this Dublin hero, and he's looking to take Maxie Hughes out, and Hughes stumbles to the canvas. Referee says no knockdown, but it was a delayed effect of the 2 massive left hooks, and he's still got 80 seconds to survive in this round.
He's in desperate trouble here, Maxie Hughes. He looks like a baby giraffe trying to walk at the moment. His legs have turned to stilts. He's in bad trouble, wobbling around. Pierce O'Leary piling on the pressure, looking for the shot, looking for the showreel knockout here.
He wants to have that huge, eye-catching success, because if he goes on to major world title fights, he wants to take this Irish crowd with him, and they are just loving what he's producing.
Yeah, laboured right hand there from Maxie Hughes. I'm not sure exactly what he's got left. Heads come dangerously close together again there, and the one that took the force of that head was Pierce O'Leary, but his momentum's going. He's pushing forward, double jab lands, right hand goes in as well, and Maxie Hughes in trouble again.
He's looking to put him down. There's 25 seconds remaining in this 4th round, and O'Leary is piling it on. Big right hand this time over the guard of Hughes, who bravely tries to fight back, but the momentum thieves is all with O'Leary. Last 10 seconds now. He needs one big, clean hook. Maybe to put Hughes down, but the Yorkshireman is bravely finding a way to stay away, and he gets through to the bell to end the 4th round. But another massive round for O'Leary. And let's listen into the red corner where Sean O'Hagan is speaking to Maxie Hughes.
Where are you working? Nowhere. Nowhere? All good? Right. What we need to do, come on, go out there again. When he goes downstairs, you'll come upstairs. Back forward. I don't want you to swing with him. Yeah. It's after, yeah? I want to see how this round goes. But I'm not going to fucking leave you wings and let them fucking happen. You understand me? I want you to listen to what I'm saying. I don't want you to fucking drop off counters and do not swing with him. You have to defend on your counter. You hear me?
When he fronts back, you fuck off. Don't be there when he's fronted.
Don't be there. Yeah? Come on, show me something, yeah? Counter.
Little bit of industrial language. I'm duty-bound to pass on an apology.
Always good to see that little smirk on your face, John Rawling, but the general consensus there was, I'm not leaving you in there just to please these guys. I think Maxie Hughes has got 1 round left. The right eye now is swelling up as well, and there's real momentum around Pierce O'Leary's work. Could this be the round number 5?
I think he's won every round so far. Carl Frampton's given a couple of rounds to Maxie Hughes, but I think, or 1 round rather, to Maxie Hughes. But I do think O'Leary is right in control, and if he lands some more big shots here, I think it wouldn't be a major surprise if Hughes were to go. He walks into another right hand, a short left hook from O'Leary, and another one, and Hughes takes it, he stays upright, but listen to the reaction of this massive crowd.
He's looking really banged up in there now, Hughes. I'm telling you, John, he's only moments away from getting stopped here. The referee's taking a closer look. It's all Pierce O'Leary coming forward, right hands, left hands hitting every time. He can't miss the target at the moment, and he needs to do something here, Maxie Hughes. And all he can do is grab hold desperately.
He threw a wild left hand, which must have missed the target by 3 or 4 inches, which in boxing terms, when you're up close, trying to throw a left-hand counter is a long way. Good left to the body from O'Leary. Gets the applause from the knowledgeable fans close by at ringside. Then a right into the body. Brings a shot up, right hand to the head. And all these are causing further damage to Maxie Hughes.
Yeah, he's in desperate trouble here in the 5th round. 1 minute, 15 seconds left. Can he get through the round? That's where we're at in this fight. Not can he win it, can he get through the round? Because, as I said, O'Leary switching now from orthodox to southpaw. There's a real confidence oozing out of him at the moment.
He needs one big sustained attack, you sense, Pierce O'Leary. If he can put Hughes down, it might be the beginning of the end. The referee has a word with O'Leary, trying to keep his attacks legitimate.
Yeah, I tell you what, that's just pride keeping him in there at the moment. Maxie Hughes, we know he's been a great ambassador to the sport as the body shots go in as well. O'Leary then gives a little trot, shows that he's got that confidence, switching orthodox, southpaw, and Maxie Hughes is no more than a human punch bag in there at the moment.
And his right eye is swelling up and looking worse and worse. I don't think it's affecting his vision yet, but it almost certainly will do if the swelling gets very much worse than it is now. This is a big round for O'Leary.
John, I'm just going to say the corner man now, he's up on the ring, he's got the towel in his hand, he's taking a close look at Maxie Hughes here, and Hughes has made the end of the 5th round, but I'm not sure his corner is going to allow him out for round number 6.
We'll go into that corner now, and we'll hear from Sean O'Hagan, who's talking to Maxie Hughes.
Fucking got hero, man. Right.
I just have to look at the time when he's not hero.
They're going to stop it. They're going to stop it.
Boxing.
Swearing in frustration, Maxie Hughes.
John, I'm just going to tell you, the corner man just said to the referee, no, he's out, he's out. And the referee has just said, no, I'm not stopping it. I don't quite understand what's going on here. Is he waiting for the bell to ring before he stops the fight? Because that is very unusual, what I have just witnessed.
Well, if he fails to answer the bell, of course, he's retired, and it will go down as a retirement.
It's all right, it's all right.
He ain't going out, I'm pretty sure. Sean O'Hagan says it's my decision, not yours, and he's not going to let him go out there. The fight's all over. Now the crowd realises it about the same time the referee does. The referee's trying to make him come out to fight, but he won't. His cornerman won't let it. It's all over. O'Leary is on the shoulders of Joe McNally, his trainer, and it is a terrific win for Pierce O'Leary and poor old Maxie Hughes, who gave it a good go, having come in at such late notice. He's been banged up and banged up badly.
Yeah, he certainly has, and as I said, Pride was keeping him in there. Sean O'Hagan's done the good thing there of pulling him out. That's what a cornerman does. He's got a care of duty for the fighter, and he delivered there. Maxie Hughes, you know, is brave. He's a gladiator. That's what they do. It's a gladiatorial sport. Hughes would have come out of the corner again there, but for what? More punishment. And at what cost is that punishment? Maxie Hughes has been a great servant to the game. I'm not even sure we'll see him in the ring again after that one.
He couldn't see through that right eye, I don't think.
No, that swelled up really badly, John. As we look at him on our monitor, we can see this right eye badly swollen. But let's not take nothing away here from the new IBO Super Lightweight Champion, Pierce O'Leary, a coming-of-age fight. And guys, may I say this, and I'll say it now, a star is born. Dublin boxing is back on the map.
Well, 26 years old, and he's produced a terrific performance tonight. And when you listen to the reaction of the crowd here on the waterfront in Dublin, the place is absolutely rammed. They've loved what they've seen. And Frank Warren, frankly, promoting him here, he could fight one of us and fill the place up.
It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer, isn't it? I mean, look at the reaction that the fans have given him tonight. It's been absolutely sensational. One of the big questions I had about Pierce O'Leary coming into this was, where's his temperament at? Can he handle it? There's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He's from Dublin. These people will have been speaking to him on the streets throughout the whole course of the week and the whole course of his life about doing something like this. He's now finally here on a big card against an opponent that everybody knows. Can he handle the pressure? Well, yeah, he ticked that box off, and he did it with such quality boxing. His feet were sensational, and early doors, Spence, his shots to the body of Maxie Hughes were money in the bank.
Absolutely. Listen, and you broke it down brilliantly there, Adam. Like, it was more about the occasion. Could he cope with that? You know, there was a lot of pressure on his shoulders. A lot expected from him.
After 5 completed rounds of boxing, the red corner retires their fighter, and our referee in charge, Jean Robert Lane, accepts their retirement. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, still undefeated, and now the IBO Super Lightweight World Champion, Pierce Big Bang O'Leary.
I can't even hear myself, man, let alone what you're saying. The noise in here is incredible, but just pick up on what you were just saying a moment or two ago regarding the temperament and the display that Pierce O'Leary's just put in.
Absolutely, listen, that's what I said. You know, when you do that, there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders. It's a homecoming for you, Dublin. You know, we go through the history, you know, of fighters that have come from Dublin, the great old days when Steve Collins beat, you know, Cornelius Carr in this very venue. Thanks to John Rawling, I found that information out, by the way, earlier on. But you go through Steve Collins and you look at people like Bernard Dunn, the former WBA featherweight world champion. More recently, Katie Taylor, and she's looking to finish her career back here right now. But how good is it, Adam, how good is it that we get boxing back here in Dublin? And this kid proved that he feeds off pressure, because that performance was brilliant, flawless.
Well, he's addressing the crowd right now. Katie Taylor's jumped in the ring, so let's get in there.
It's amazing. I
was up there on the stage and saying to myself, I'm going to make this happen. I remember I went to London with nothing. I met Frank through great people. And here I am now. I come back to Dublin, we're a promoter. Fighting in my home country, never fought here before as a professional in Dublin, in my back garden. And Frank told me from the start, I'll have you fighting in Dublin for a world title. Frank, fair play to you. Give everyone let's lift her up for Frank.
We'll hear from Frank in a moment. Pierce, talk me through the fight. It was non-stop pressure from the very first round. You didn't leave him alone.
No, we had a grueling training camp. It was a beautiful thing to do back in Dublin as well. Obviously, we got Philip, my amateur coach. You've got Joe. It was Joe's idea to come back to Dublin and get the crowd behind us and promote it and sell it out. But we didn't even need it because we sold out in 2 weeks. And we done it anyways. And look at the crowd now. So this feeling is amazing. And it's only the start, to be honest. It's only the start.
Talk to me about that ring walk. For me, it looked like you might have been getting a bit emotional up there. What was that moment like for you?
It was emotional. That song, Ride On, meant a lot for me. It's one of my grandfather's favourite song. And it's something that I always listen to. But with the ring walk, I've came through this camp mentally. Physically it was always hard, but mentally it was a lot harder because I got some bad news about some people that mean a lot to me. And it was a very hard pill to swallow. And keep focused and keep into the training camp. But look, God won't put you in a position if He knew you weren't able to control Him. So that's what I done, and I stayed focused, and I believed in God and prayed every night. And here I am now, world champion.
Let's get a quick word with Frank. You've got an IBO World Super Lightweight Champion here. What do you want to do with this guy next? I bet you're glad you said yes to Dublin.
I am. I mean, the turnout has been magnificent, and he's done everybody in Dublin and Ireland proud. It's amazing. Where do we go from here? Croke Park. We got to get a big unification fight. We're doing Croke Park. All these great Irish fighters that are there, Adam, I've got to tell you something. This has been a great experience. One of the best atmospheres in years and years I've experienced. Unbelievable atmosphere. Thank you all.
Final one to you, Pierce. I mean, there's been Bernard Dunn. There's Katie Taylor. She's in the ring. She can't go on forever. Are you ready to bear the flag for Irish boxing moving forward?
100% Irish boxing. It's on my back. Let's go.
Congratulations.
That's how you cut a promo. Absolutely sensational performance from Pierce O'Leary. And Frank Warren is absolutely right. It feels like I'm in a nightclub, Spencer. It's wild out there.
Mate, I can barely hear you, and that is sort of unheard of, do you know what I mean? But he's right in what he says there. Croke Park, they can feel that, because look how they turned out here, and the past champions that have been here have always had that sort of reception. That was a brilliant performance there from that young man, Pierce O'Leary. As I said, I think an Irish star has definitely been born tonight, and Frank Warren, he recognises that. If anyone can sniff anything out, Frank Warren can, and I think he's invested in this kid, and now, you know, it will come to fruition.
I've got something for you, right? Because this super lightweight division is red hot right now. Everybody knows that. We've just seen Dalton Smith pick up a championship belt with the WBC. Shakur's the main man. You've got Hitchens, you've got Antoine Russell, who's also there as well. A couple of other names that don't have titles but do fight in this division. Adam Mazine, Keyshawn Davies. There are some massive, massive, massive fights that you could legitimately make for Pierce O'Leary here in Dublin against those names.
Mate, I've just got so excited you mentioning all those names, because they come to the forefront of your mind, you know, when you're not thinking about that. Every fighter, when you want to make a great fighter, you need great dance partners. You've just mentioned all those dance partners, and guess what? A lot of them are on this side of the pond, which is beautiful. You know, we can make them. They're already built, these stars. Dalton Smith, what a performance. WBC champ. You know, you look at Adam Azim, IBO champ, former IBO champ, former European champ, you know, the Whiz Kid, you know, a massive fight for him as well. 2 names just to roll off there, recognisable names. Then you move on to them big names over in America. There's a world of opportunity for this kid, and guess what? I think he competes with them all. At the moment, this will elevate him now to another level. We've not seen the best of him yet.
Atmosphere-wise, I'm trying to compare being in this arena for another Irish fighter, and I just keep thinking about that time that I was here to watch Conor McGregor do his thing. The atmosphere with the tricolour, people singing, the olays, all that. I mean, there's something special about the fighting Irish, and now they've got a poster boy to be able to take on the mantle from Katie when she does pack it all in. I mean, we're alive and well for another few years.
Mate, I'm going to throw a name out there, right? And people will recognise this name straight away. You're talking about when did we last get an atmosphere like this? In the 90s. Steve Collins. I'm done. I'll rest my case.
Talking about the atmosphere, one man who loves the atmosphere is Gareth A. Davies. He's actually out there right now. In fact, he's managed to get hold of Pierce O'Leary. Over to you, mate.
I am with Pierce O'Leary. Pierce, congratulations. What a place to fight.
I told you, this is what I do. I told Uncle Frank, just bring me to Dublin and leave everything to me. That's what he's doing.
It's an amazing place to fight. I've been here many times with MMA, with Conor McGregor, with Nazim Hamid, all these guys. You lit the place up tonight.
Oh, I only live 200 around. This is what we do. This is the people that support me from the beginning. This is the that put food in my table for my kids. I love all these people. Every single one of them in here mean everything to me.
You were so instinctive tonight, so predatory, bristling with tenacity. Even when you had him hurt in the 4th, you stayed very patient. It was so impressive.
It's all experience in the gym or all the crowd. I've been training with Josh Taylor, I've been training with Liam Smith. I've got a great coach, John McNally, that has the experience, so I'm happy, I'm a happy fighter.
Final question. With the IBF, Dalton Smith in the division, you got Shanson in the division. You can bring all those guys here for massive fight nights, can't you?
100%, of course we can. This is the generating. None of those names are pulling the crowds into these venues like me.
Thank you, sir. Absolute pleasure watching you tonight.
Unbelievable performance from Pierce O'Leary. I'm absolutely blown away with that atmosphere, with the pull that he's got. But after saying all that, the performance was absolutely magnificent. Well, I know that Maxi Hughes coming on 2 weeks' notice there, Spence, right? But just the performance. He's been in with George Kambosos, he's been in with some top-level guys. I know that he's lost to the likes of the Zapitas of this world, Maxi Hughes, but he's well-rounded, he's got bags of experience. That was a step up, even on 2 weeks' notice, for Pierce O'Leary, and he absolutely dominated from start to finish.
Absolutely, it's all about opportunity. You've got to grab that opportunity and take it, and that's what we're talking about. Pierce O'Leary done that tonight, you know, and it was the manner that he done it. All right, yep, Maxi, he only had a couple of weeks' notice, but he will recognise that, you know, he's at that stage. So look, I take nothing away from Pierce O'Leary on that performance. He's a huge character, by the way, and he's been a big character all this week. You know, he talks very well. He was great at the press conference. He was great at the ceremonial weigh-in as well. We done a little interview of him. Like, fantastic guy. And you need to be great outside of the ropes as well as inside the ropes to become a star these days. And he's got it. He's got the X factor, that kid. Listen, and we're going to hear a lot more from him.
Listen, the moment there that Frank Warren just addressed this crowd and he mentioned Croke Park, could we see the possibility, for example, Katie Taylor, final swan song at Croker, Pierce O'Leary as the co-main, Queensbury, Matchroom, all working together to make that happen. Dalton Smith maybe fighting Pierce O'Leary, something like that, Gary.
It's funny you say that, and I know Frank was giving me stick just now about an article I've written, but Brian Peters, Katie Taylor's manager, who facilitated that interview earlier, said to me, I'm so keen for Eddie and Frank to work together, Queensbury and Matchroom, to get the Katie Taylor fight on DAZN, and they want Pierce O'Leary in a massive fight as a chief support. And the atmosphere will be 10 times what it is in here tonight.
It makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
Absolutely, it
for
does.
those promoters to come together, and it feels like as well the passing of the torch with one great bowing out and one great now coming through.
Absolutely, but what you've got to know is this: in Dublin, Croke Park, and if for those uninitiated who aren't listening or who don't listen to boxing and don't know the backgrounds, Croke Park, the Dublin government the Dublin Council only allow a certain number of events at Croke Park because it's in a residential neighbourhoods, and they can't disturb legally the houses around there. So they have to make special dispensation, put it on earlier. I think Katie Taylor is big enough to make it happen at Croke Park.
And if she's backed up with Pierce O'Leary and his mob, we're in for a good one.
Guys, I think we're missing something here. I think we're missing something. Don't we remember out in Saudi, what was it, 2 years ago, that whitewash that Eddie Hearn got against Frank Warren, 5v5? You just triggered my brain, mate. You're talking about Pierce O'Leary, you're talking about Katie Taylor. Can we get a 5v5? Eddie Hearn versus Frank Warren
in Croke Park.
No.
What? How good would that be?
No, let's have a 10.
Serious,
let's
mate.
have a 10v10 rather than a 5v5.
All right, let's meet in the middle. Let's do 7/8. But listen, whatever it is, what I'm saying, that is doable. It is doable.
I just hope that this is coming through the radio or on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel, that you're really getting a feel for what is happening here in Dublin this evening. You've got a young man from this city. That's the first time that he fought in this city as a professional. He's pulled an absolutely gigantic crowd. I know there's another fight still to come with Jazza Dickens and Anto Cacace, and the fans are still staying in here, obviously, for that world title fight. But it feels like the majority came for one man. They came for Pierce O'Leary.
You can see it in the seats right now because they've emptied by a couple of thousand.
They've gone for a pint, mate. They've gone for a pint.
Exactly. There was not a spare, you noted it, there is not a spare seat in the house, and we can see the entire house in front of us.
Yeah, but look, let me tell you this for you guys who can't see what I'm seeing right now. Yeah, there was 12,000 people in here before that. There's now 10,000 people in here, and guess what? It's turned into a party, turned into a rave. I'm looking around, look at the atmosphere. Everyone's bouncing, they're up dancing. It is brilliant. It's a celebration.
I think Dana White said this, and we all know Dana White's now involved with Zuffa Boxing. I remember when Conor McGregor fought Diego Brandao here, for the first time ever, I heard Dana say the Irish fans are pound for pound the best in the world, and that was 2014, and it's no different today.
Well, they're showing up. They've been starved of boxing at this level for a long time, haven't they? I know that Katie's obviously kind of kept it alive by herself. To have someone else now coming through and obviously take it to the next generations is a really strong thing. I think Queensbury going to be coming back here quite a few times, there's no doubt about that. We've still got one fight to go here on talkSPORT and the boxing YouTube channel, so do stick with us. Anto Cacace's on our screens there, Spencer, just going through his final warm-ups, talking to a man that's been there, done it, and got the T-shirt in Carl Frampton. And Jazza Dickens will be joining him in the ring for our main event, which is set to be an absolute cracking fight.
Yeah, it certainly is, isn't it? Jazza Dickens, a WBA super featherweight champion, and what a journey he had to get to that stage, the road warrior, and he goes in against a guy that has travelled a similar path in Anthony Cacace, the former IBF world champion, looking to become a two-time world champion and go down as one of the all-time greats in Irish boxing.
Can they top what we just said?
I think it's a real, I mean, that was a one-sided demolition, a beatdown, an amazing performance by a young Tyro who's going to take over, I think, certainly win a world title at 140 pounds. But this is a really brilliant matchup between two seasoned professionals that will delight this crowd, that will be, I just think, a spectacle. It will deliver. It's a 50-50, it's a potential fight of the year candidate. Cacace is a very clever fighter. Neither of them are knockout artists, but Jazza Dickens is in the best form of his life. Cacace is in the best form of his life. So we're hoping for something special.
How are the styles going to gel here, Spence, before Thomas Triber introduces these two guys? We can hear the dulcet tones of Neil Diamond revving up the crowd, so we're not too far away. How are the styles going to gel?
Well, it's quite simple, that one, actually. Anthony Cacace, who loves to come forward, has a high output, brilliant body puncher, very heavy-handed, switches the attacks to the head, IQ brilliant, goes in against the southpaw, Jazza Dickens. Equally, you know, a brilliant boxer, comes forward, workmanlike, likes to attack the body, likes to throw combinations to the head, So what I'm saying is, these two could lock horns in the centre of the ring. It could happen early, but there's educated pressure between these two. Boxing IQ as well. You're going to get boxing at its best. Two guys that have delivered late on in their careers, you know, grown, matured like fine wines. That's exactly what they've done. They're in the form of their lives. Inactivity on Cacace's part, you know, that may play a part early on in the contest. But for Jazza Dickens, at 34 years of age, Istanbul, well, what a performance. Gareth.
Yeah, I think Dickens has got to use movement and be very smart in this fight and not allow Cacace to settle into a rhythm and smother the space. I think Cacace has more tools here and is more dangerous. But I tell you one thing, both of them will be utterly inspired by this atmosphere. This is almost the pinnacle for both men. When you think that Cacace is coming off 3 amazing victories, Joe Cordina, Josh Warrington and Lee Wood, and the fact that Jazza Dickens, an amazing Rocky story, has dethroned a former Olympic gold medalist in Albert Batagaziev. We were there in July in Turkey, in Istanbul, to witness it live. It's amazing, and this crowd giving it the Neil Diamond 60-year-old song, The Treatment. It's amazing.
Live worldwide on DAZN. Let's now welcome to the ring our main event participants. First, the challenger from Belfast, Anthony the Andy Town Apache Cacace.
Right, pay attention to this. Anthony Cacace's on his way to the ring. The crowd are singing his entrance music. It's synonymous with these Dublin crowds. When I think they're going to let this ride out for a couple of seconds. Listen to this atmosphere. Incredible.
And now let's welcome the defending world champion from Liverpool, England, Jazza Dickens.
The ultimate road warrior. He's 34 years of age, but this is fight number 42 as a pro. The world champion with the WBA, the super featherweight division, Jazza Dickens, making his way to the ring, just passing me by my left-hand side to join Anto Cacace in the ring. A Scouser versus a man from Belfast. We are in for an absolute firecracker of a fight, aren't we, Gareth Davies?
Absolutely, and he's wearing the Snake Plissken Warriors leather waistcoat. I love it. He's coming into enemy territory in many ways because Cacace is a Northern Irishman. Of course, they're going to be on the side of Cacace tonight. But Jazza Dickens is a British boxing hero whom we all love. We are set, Adam Catterall, for an absolute cracker.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our featured bout It is scheduled for 12 rounds, and it will be for the WBA Super Featherweight Championship of the World. Brought to you by Frank Warren for Queensberry, along with their great sponsors, Unibet, 32 Red, That Prize Guy, Global Next Trade, and Riyadh Season. A big thanks to those great sponsors. It is sanctioned by the Boxing Union of Ireland, Chairman Mel Crystal, along with the World Boxing Association, President Gilberto Mendoza Jr., Supervisor Mariana Borisova. The judges are Jan Christensen, Olena Polivailo, and Giuseppe Portarone. Our referee in charge, third man of the ring, will be Luis Pabon. And now, boxing fans joining us live worldwide, and boxing fans here in Dublin, Ireland. The hour of truth has arrived. Introducing first, the challenger. Fighting out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing red with black and weighed in officially at 129.5 pounds. Hailing from Belfast, Northern Ireland, he has a professional record of 24 wins, just 1 defeat. 9 of his 24 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the challenger and the former IBF and IBO Super Featherweight Champion of the World, Anthony, the Andy Town Apache Cacace. And his opponent across the ring, he is the defending world champion. Fighting out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing burgundy trunks with blue and weighed in officially at 129.14 pounds. Coming to us from Liverpool, England, he brings a professional record of 36 wins, 5 defeats. 15 of his 36 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, in his first world title defense, here is the reigning and defending WBA Super Featherweight Champion of the World, Jazza Dickens!
Okay, guys. Here, 2-0 is good, okay? Guys, I give you instruction in the dressing room. They have a clean match, okay? Good luck. God bless you.
The 3 Arena in Dublin, Ireland is absolutely bouncing. Jazza Dickens steely-eyed and focused. Anton Cacace lays it in on his prey. The seconds are leaving the ring. Only a referee stands between them. We've got a good one tonight. Who adds to the legacy? Calling you through the Super Featherweight World Title fight live on talkSPORT. It's Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
So far as atmosphere is concerned, this is huge. Are the fighters going to be able to match it? Well, we'll see. Cacace is a firm favourite, quoted at 9-4 on by the bookies, but Dickens, proud man, he's got some great wins behind him to get to this point. He is, as Spencer said, a road warrior who's got here the hard way and now proudly defending his title.
Yep, this highly anticipated super featherweight contest between two guys who have earned the respect, been on the road, been in the other guy's backyard, come out victorious, and it's led them to this big night here in Dublin in this packed out free arena, and this crowd have been absolutely amazing here this evening, and I think they're just going to witness something even more amazing with this fight. Stylistically, John, this should be a barn burner.
Both southpaws Dickens just loves to come forward. He's the one on the front foot in the early forays here. No punches of note landed yet. A couple of jabs from Dickens, taken on the gloves by Cacace, who is significantly the taller man, stands 5'10" against James Dickens. Jazza, who's something like 5'5". That, though, might not be the advantage that it sounds.
Yeah, it's really eye-catching, isn't it? The size of Anthony Cacace and how broad he is across the shoulders, how wide he is across the shoulders, those big, long levers, and that's where he generates the power in the shots as well. Great body puncher, Anthony Cacace. Will we see that tonight against the tricky, slick southpaw in Jazza Dickens? Cacace on the front foot. He's commanding the centre of the ring. Nothing really happened here in the first 2 minutes of this first round.
Cagey opening. We wait for the first punch of significance. Cacace misses with a right hand. Right hand lead from Dickens, taken on the gloves by Cacace, who throws out a couple of lazy-looking jabs, which are short of the target, switches to the body, tries to throw a right hand down there. Dickens fighting small, you could say, stands about 5'5". I don't suppose he had any option. Right hand from Cacace was short of the mark, and so far there's been nothing of any power from either man.
No, nothing of any significance from either guy. It just shows you the respect, the mutual respect that both of these guys have for each other. It will catch fire, it will catch light, that is for sure, because both of these guys have a high output, you know, and I think they're just getting into feel for each other here in this opening round.
Into the final 10 seconds, Dickens misses with a couple of wild-looking hooks, a left and a right, thrown from range. Cacace keeps his gloves up and gives Dickens an old-fashioned snarl as he goes back to the corner.
Yeah, it's interesting, wasn't it, there? Both guys there looking at each other, holding the centre of the ring. That was very, very interesting to see who would break their eye contact, but they didn't. Yeah, great first round. I couldn't split them there, John.
We're now live on talkSPORT, so good evening to you. If you're just joining us, it's our main event, the WBA Super Featherweight title. James Dickens, Jazza Dickens from Liverpool against Anthony Cacace. And so far, there has been nothing of note happened in the opening 3 minutes, and we've got it level, really, almost impossible to split them.
Yeah, you couldn't separate them in that first round, as we expected. And guys, if you're listening and you want to watch us, you can catch us on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel there. We're live there as well. What an atmosphere we've had here tonight in Dublin, in this free arena. It's been absolutely sensational. And we're expecting a sensational fight here. Pierce O'Leary has just got a brilliant victory, and we're expecting a great fight between these two.
Pierce O'Leary, a Dubliner, terrific win. And John Joe Carroll as well. More of a veteran than these two. He produced a win earlier as well. And now we wait to see who's going to take command as we move into the second round of 12 here for our main event. And it's a little bit of a phony war so far.
Yeah, I would call it a chess match if I'm honest. This is what it's like. You know, we watched Jazza Dickens, you know, when he won that WBA world title against Albert Gaziev, and we saw that performance, and it was workmanlike. There was a high output here, but he's got more respect for Anthony Cacace, who's heavy-handed. Both guys standing centre of the ring. Neither guy making a move at the moment.
No, we still wait for the first big attack from either as we're moving towards the midway point of this second round. Little right hand from Dickens, and one came back from Cacace, but no great power in them. Dickens short of the mark as he tries to switch the attack to the body, and Cacace was short of the target with a right hand aimed in the direction of Dickens' head.
Yeah, Dickens again there, just missing with a shot. Cacace, the one holding the centre of the ring, he's looking for that backhand, the lead right hand, that's the shot to throw against the southpaw, followed up with the left hook over the top. So tactically, he's got it right here, Cacace. He just needs to let a little bit more output go. But Jazza Dickens, there's a solid look around him as well. Cacace throws the right uppercut, lands on the gloves there of Jazza Dickens.
Dickens coming in behind the southpaw stance, leans in behind a left cross. It was taken comfortably on the gloves by Cacace, who is seeming to be able to cope with what's coming towards him from Dickens, defensively anyway. The big left hand is the one he has to be wary of. Cacace, as he stands tall and tries to keep Dickens at range.
Yeah, Dickens just stalking forward, trying to get on the inside there, and that's what he needs to do. Dickens close that gap, put the head on the chest here of Cacace and work the body. But we know the dangers involved in that because Cacace carries heavy hands.
He landed a good body shot there, right on cue. Cacace thudded into the solar plexus of Dickens, the Liverpudlian, 34 years old, 3 years the younger man, 5 inches the shorter man, but really, so far as the boxing's concerned, opening 2 rounds, very, very little to choose between them. Gareth, what do you reckon?
Well, they say the first casualty of war is the truth, and the truth is, so far, it's a phony war, which we say in boxing when 2 fighters are moving to try and work each other out. At the moment, they deeply respect each other so much we're not having a pitched battle. That will come as the rounds ensue, but I've got to talk about the atmosphere here tonight. It's been very, very special. I've been at this a long time, like all of us here, and this is one of the greatest atmospheres you can ever experience in boxing. 12 to 13,000 people in here, a brilliant performance by Pierce O'Leary, an amazing fight between John O'Carroll and Colin Murphy, won by John O'Carroll, and also Ryan Garner really stamping his authority on the night. It's been absolutely delightful to be here as this battle ensues into the 3rd round between Cacace and Dickens.
This is our main event. James Dickens, Jazza Dickens, the Scouser, against Anthony Cacace from Belfast. Dickens defending his WBA World Super Featherweight crown. It's a 12-rounder into the 3rd. How did he score that 2nd round?
Yeah, I went for Cacace on that 2nd round. He was a guy landing the better shots. The right hands through the middle were working against the southpaw. But it was a very close round, you know, subjective scoring. We've had that tonight as well. There were 2 very close rounds. So, you know, either one of these guys could be up. It could be level at the moment. All to fight for here. Expect more. Cacace tries to lead up for that right hand to the body. Dickens looks solid in there at the moment, but we've not really seen anything from Jazza Dickens yet. Slightly disappointing. You know, I want to see him just upping the game a little bit more now. You're the champion. You're not the challenger anymore.
Well, he's allowing Cacace to really maybe just about manage to be seen by the judges as the man who's forcing the pace. And you probably don't need me to tell you that very often it's a visual thing, it's about impressions, and the guy on the front foot who seems to be forcing the pace, which is Cacace in this round, he's probably the one who's catching their eyes.
Yeah, maybe he is the one catching their eyes, but he momentarily switched to southpaw there, and he nearly paid the price. He got caught with a few shots, so I would suggest sticking to that orthodox stance there, because that's where he's been getting success with that lead back right hand, and I think that's what he needs to try and build on. Jazza Dickens has a lot of feinting, he's trying to set the traps, but no real creativity in there at the moment.
Well, we expected this one to really cut loose at some stage, and it's certainly not done so far, as Dickens tries to double up with a right-hand lead. Likewise, the right-hand jab comes from Cacace, switched back to the southpaw stance, which, although he's a switch hitter, he's probably more naturally a southpaw.
Yeah, well, I actually think he's more naturally an orthodox, if I'm honest, because when he boxes out the southpaw stance, he's not very good at backing up, he doesn't move his head well, he switched back to the orthodox stance, and that's where he's getting success against the southpaw. So I think he's just trying to confuse Jazza Dickens, but Dickens is too clever for that, who lands a good left hand to the body and a left hand to the head. Best work of the fight so far from Jazza Dickens.
Yeah, he just seems to be settling into it a little bit, and Cacace, as he tried to force the pace, just got caught a couple of times by counters from Dickens in this 3rd round of our main event here on talkSPORT, the home of boxing. Dickens against Cacace, our main event here in Dublin. Good left hand from Cacace. Back comes Dickens. Good right hand from him. And the two of them landed their most solid shots of the fight so far. And Cacace says something to Dickens as he goes back to the corner. Let's go into the Cacace corner and listen to what's being said.
You're okay. Keep touching the eye there, yeah? That's all right. Listen. Just give it to Mickey. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so listen, Anto.
What did I catch him up for?
Pardon?
What did I catch him up?
Left hook is good. Left hook. Beautiful. Left hook. And listen to the left. Come, listen to the left hook. Give me out there, Michael. Give me out. Here, take three down. Here we go. Keeping the jab. The jab's keeping the message well. Think, okay? Box him up there. Box him up there. Come on, now. Fucking low. Right, sorry, come on. Take it easy with it. Sorry, Paul Bett. Yep.
Well, there's a lot of voices in that corner, I tell you that. Who's he listening to?
I've got to tell you, that is terrible corner work because you need one calm voice delivering all the instructions. When you're getting voices bouncing from left to right, you can't absorb it all, you can't take it in. We heard what Anthony Cacace said in the corner there. What did I catch him with? Well, it was a good left hook, but he couldn't get the instructions in properly. So we need one voice in the corner, but that was, for me, a Jazza Dickens round.
Definitely. I think it was his best round of the fight so far. We're into the fourth now, this 12-rounder for the WBA Super Featherweight title, and Cacace is a little bit more reluctant to commit himself now, having been punished with those counters from Dickens in the last round.
Yeah, Dickens now just starting to grow in confidence. The pattern of the fight has changed. It's now Jazza Dickens is on the front foot. Anthony Cacace moving around the perimeter now, looking to counter himself. So, slight change of pattern here, slight change of tactics. Who's it going to work for?
Cacace back into the orthodox stance now, meaning that he's fighting as a right-hander, leading off with a left-hand jab. Misses with that one as he attempts to throw it, and Dickens swung low to evade it and feints to throw a left hand to the body. Cacace saw it coming and just stepped back, and it's been a very quiet opening to this fourth round. Not much of note thrown so far from either man, and the fight, which so many thought was going to be shaping up to be a classic, so far has been anything but.
Yeah, totally agree with that, John. You know, yeah, I understand they're taking a look at each other for a couple of rounds. There's a lot on the line here, not just the WBA Super Featherweight world title, but the career, because I think the loser here finds a long way back, a hard way back. You know, Anthony Cacace, 37 years of age, Jazza Dickens, 34 years of age, must-win fight for both of these guys, and at some point, John, they have to roll the dice.
Both have had knockbacks in their career, both have flourished late on in their career, and both are now earning life-changing money, and you can see by the way this fight's unfolding that they're very reluctant to take any risks that's going to stop that earning potential in the future. There was a glancing left hand from Dickens, which was a scoring shot. Pretty much nothing from Cacace in this round so far.
Well, John, you mentioned the glancing left hand there, and that's probably, you know, the shot that's won the round. Can I believe I'm actually saying that? Literally nothing for both of these guys in there. There's lots of feinting, lots of trying to set traps, but no real commitment from either of these guys. One of them needs to do it at some point.
Yep, yeah, couldn't agree more. There's a right hand from Cacace taken on the gloves. Dickens tried to respond with a swinging right hook of his own, which missed by a distance. Left hook from Cacace misses. Right hand aimed towards the body, and left to the body from Dickens, which did get through to score. But that is a very quiet and frustrating sort of round there. Adam, what did you make of it?
There's a lot of feinting, like you boys just have said there, without much actual clean, effective work landing. I think both guys are actually struggling with range. When Anto switches into southpaw, there's more action, but it's not good for him. I don't know where you're at with it, Spence, as you're looking at the way that these two styles are actually mixing right now. Is it an attitude thing? Do you think that they need to just roll the dice a little bit more, or is the style just not gelling?
No, they can't work each other out at the moment. That's why Anto is switching to southpaw, where he's clearly not as effective, but he can't get through. He's trying to set the trap. There's a solid workman workmanlike look around Jazza Dickens. He's keeping himself tight, he's leaving no openings. Anto's trying to get through but can't break through, so he's switching southboard to see if that would work, and it's not working, it's actually going against him. So stick to the orthodox, and like I say, at some point someone has to change the pattern. You know, someone's got to break the rhythm.
Here we go now for the 5th round, and don't forget you can watch tonight's action live only on DAZN. Cacace's going looking for Dickens now, and he lands a couple of big shots at last.
Yeah, John, there was a big left-right hook there. Left hook at the beginning of the round, and it caught Jazza Dickens. Jazza Dickens caught him.
And he's come back well though, Cacace. Lands a solid right hand and another one. And Dickens has to cover up. Uppercut from Cacace. Cacace's piling on the power punches now. And the fight in the 5th round has come alive. And that opening round, from that opening punch from Dickens, has woken Cacace up. And the head of Dickens went in as well. And Cacace protects it to the referee. 2 big headshots again from Cacace.
Yeah, this is what we was talking about. This is what we was expecting. This is what this crowd in here, this 12,000 strong crowd at the Free Arena here in Dublin, we're expecting. Listen to the noise decibels pick up, and now both guys trading centre of the ring. But it's Cacace that's coming off best. Dickens looking a little unsteady there at the moment.
Cacace definitely coming off best, and he winked at him in a contemptuous manner as he landed some of those power shots. Good uppercut inside there, again from Cacace, and a right hand makes a wild-looking counter from Dickens, miss by a significant distance. Here comes Cacace again on the front foot, and he's looking to deliver those power shots. Good left hand, and the crowd, some of them in the ringside seats, and those just behind are on their feet, committed one way or the other.
Yeah, Dickens still hurting there at the moment, I think. He still looks a little unsteady on his legs. The referee just broke them up, give him a bit of a telling off. Cacace out of the southpaw stance again, getting more success, but Dickens goes back with a good hook of his own.
It's the head that the referee's telling him off about. He's had a word before, and that's the 2nd time that Dickens has been told, watch the use of your head. And the referee is on his case. He won't stand for it, and Dickens doesn't want to start having potentially points being taken away for rules infringements.
Yeah, 30 seconds left of round number 5, and the crowd really getting behind Anthony Cacace now, who just momentarily ago landed a decent left hook. Dickens took it well, but it's been a Cacace round as he throws a right hand left hook again, just misses with a hook. What a round this is. This is what we expected.
Dickens keeping his gloves up, bobbing this way and that, trying to be economical, not to waste energy. Remember, there's a long way to go in this fight. We did have Dickens maybe just about ahead, but Cacace is winning this round, and they exchanged smiles at the end of it, as much as to say, is that all you've got?
Yeah, very, very interesting, but let's just now get into the corner of Anthony Cacace.
Okay, he's going with 2 straight punches. Hope your head to this side all the time. Go, straight, yes. Because you go one, backhand straight, you're leaning here, catching you. This side, this side, this side, okay? He doesn't have that, that's why he couldn't finish you. Okay, be careful. When you turn home,
again, voices coming from all directions in the Cacace corner. Let's listen into the blue corner with Jazza Dickens.
You up, okay? Jazza, straight. Back to boxing, straight, but put pressure on it. Straight, but put pressure on it. Double jab backhand, also the body. Then you go with the hook up. With the hook up, okay? Stay low, and this hook with the jab front hand.
What did you make of the sneering smiles at the end of that last round?
Well, it's both guys trying to win that psychological warfare, isn't it? But that was good instructions there in Jazza Dickens' corner. Stay low and come over the top. Make Anthony Cacace punch down, and then the target will be there. There'll be an opening. So good instructions in the Dickens corner.
We're in the 6th round now, reaching the halfway stage of this WBA Super Featherweight World title here in Dublin, and it's very close at this point. Cacace standing tall, commanding centre ring, but Dickens trying to bob low, trying to box in towards the body. That's good work from Cacace though. Couple of right hands, one of them landed, I think. Dickens falls short with a right-hand jab of his own. Cacace tries to flick out a left-hand lead, fighting out of an orthodox stance now. And there's not a lot happened in this round in the opening minutes.
Yep, Dickens trying to push forward, maybe getting a little bit desperate with his shots. Got to be careful he doesn't get too greedy, because there's a solid look around Cacace's work at the moment. The right hand is very, very effective. He's getting through with that shot, and Dickens has got to be careful he doesn't switch off and walk onto one.
Yeah, it's well, the crowd is a little bit muted compared with how they've been at stages this evening, when it's been absolutely throbbing atmosphere here at what was once upon a time called the Point Arena, now the 3 Arena. Dickens comes forward, tries to let his punches go, but Cacace managed to slip aside and make him just punch thin air.
Yeah, Cacace controlling the space quite well, moving around the perimeter of the ring, just whips the right uppercut in there, goes underneath the elbows and hits the rib cage of Jazza Dickens, but he soaks it up well, starting to mark up a little bit here. Dickens, the nose, maybe a little bit of nose damage as well, as Cacace now switches it on, moves on the front foot.
He's had plenty of nose damage over the years as Dickens, and there's a little bit of blood now on his face, down the right-hand side of his face. May be coming from his nose. 45 seconds to go in this 6th round, and then it will be the halfway stage when the bell goes. Left hand from Dickens just clipped the chin of Cacace. Cacace back into reverse gear, trying to punish Dickens when he commits himself. Throws a right hand, Dickens. Cacace able to just nudge it down into a safe area.
Yeah, good work here from Cacace. He's doing enough in this round as well for me. As we approach the 10-second mark, Cacace has done the better work of the two here, but there's a sense of urgency around Jazza Dickens in there at the moment. He wants to get in there, maybe a little bit of frustration in there as well at the moment, John, because you see Dickens has been punching a lot of thin air, and after 6 rounds there, John Rawling, I've got this fight all level. On my card anyway, it's a 6-round fight going forward.
I've got it 4-2 to Cacace. And Gareth indicating to say he's got it that way as well. So, you know, we're halfway stage here. What are both guys going to be thinking? How are they going to take control? Cacace may be just more of the same.
Well, I tell you what it is. They're both going to know this is razor tight up to this point. That's what I'm saying, that they both know their careers are on the line here. For the winner, there's a huge opportunity. There's big fights with like the Emmanuel Navarrete out there, you know, maybe considered one of the best in that division. Oshak Foster as well as WBC champ. There's loads of big fights out there for them, and they've got to come through here. And trust me, John, both of these guys, none of them will really know who's in front here. It's that tight, it's that tight.
Somewhere at ringside, Ryan Garner is going to be sitting watching, and he's being talked about as a potential challenger for whoever wins this one next. And I suspect, knowing a little bit of Ryan's personality, that he'll be looking at this and thinking, no worries.
Yeah, listen, he'll be quite happy with what he's seeing right now. Ryan Garner had a good win on the undercard here this evening as well. He come through a little bit of a rocky patch. He got the victory against the tough Mexican and got it inside the distance. And we're told that Frank Warren is looking at possibly Southampton Football Club for the winner of this contest for the world title. And what a fight that would be, John.
Well, it would certainly be one which would bring the fans in. It would be a real attendance, big attendance guaranteed. Cacace tries to throw a couple of right hands towards the body. Were blocked by Dickens, who's just flicking out his jab and landing a long way short. They're either being taken on the gloves by Cacace, or they're just going through thin air. And neither fighter has landed a punch of note so far in the 7th round. And we really are getting to the point now where they're going to have to start taking risks in order to try and gain ascendancy.
Absolutely. Listen, I get the mutual respect and everything else. You know, we understand it. Both guys will know each other quite well. They would have studied each other quite a lot, but they will both recognise as well a loss here could be career ending for these two, you know, and a victory here opens the doors for huge paydays in the future. So it's a must-win fight here, but they're not really boxing with any sort of sense of urgency here at the moment. I'm expecting more, John.
The blood on Dickens' face has been mopped up, and there's no further big problem there now, although as I speak there's a little smear of blood again coming down his right cheek. Looks as though it may be coming from his nose. Not quite sure. We didn't get any close-ups on our TV screens to be able to see, and he's on the far side of the ring. But it looks as though it's some sort of nose injury he's got.
Yeah.
But it hopefully superficial.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of nose damage there as well. And you can see, if you look at Jazza Dickens, for anyone who doesn't know him, he's had a considerable amount of damage on that nose as well. So I think, it's just, yeah, it's one of those injuries, but he seems to be okay. He seems to be dealing with it. He's still trying to force it. Hands are held high as he holds centre of the ring, but nothing of real significance getting through at the moment.
Into the last 20 seconds of this 7th round. Cacace feints to throw a right hand and now does throw one, but it was taken, I think, on the forearms by Dickens, who throws out his own right-hand lead, comfortably parried by Cacace, who lands with a right hand. Back comes Dickens, tried to come out of a crouch and land a counter shot, and there's the bell that ends it. And again, another tight round, Gareth. How are you viewing this one?
Well, it's so difficult to score it in many ways. I mean, they're fighting like they've both got loads to lose, which they have in many ways. It's a very peculiar fight. I scored the first 2 rounds 10-10s, by the way, because I couldn't separate them. And I've got Cacace a couple of rounds ahead, or maybe 3 rounds ahead now. I think when he lands, he's more dominant. When he comes forward, he's winning the fight. And I think he should throw caution to the wind and attack Jazza Dickens. Even though Jazza's countering well, I think Cacace, when he's throwing that 1-2 and then coming with the uppercut and coming with body shots, Spencer, he's pushing Jazza back and he's making him feel kind of dismayed and demoralised.
Yeah, Gareth, you said they're fighting like they've got everything to lose, but I think they're fighting like they've got nothing to lose here, because they're not really going for anything. Do you know what I mean? It's like one of those ones where you go, you've got everything to gain here, but you're fighting like you've got nothing to gain. You know, there's no sense of urgency.
They've even quietened the crowd.
Meanwhile, back in the ring, the action is underway in this 8th round, and Cacace starts the better. Couple of left hands were scoring shots and a right hand, and the bleeding has started again on Dickens' face, and he dabs at it a little bit uncomfortably as he's forced to backpedal by Cacace, who's trying to control centre ring.
Yeah, and that's maybe the eye-catching stuff, that Cacace is controlling the centre of the ring and he's controlling the pace a little bit, and that's what might be swaying the judges at the moment, because Dickens, you know, he can't find a way in. He's feinting the jabs downstairs. He's not setting any traps. He's not finding any openings at all. He's got to be a little bit more creative than what he's doing at the moment, Dickens. And if he's not going to be creative, he's got to throw caution to the wind, and he's got to go for it. He's got to roll the dice.
Well, he's going to have to, because he's going to have to, because he needs big punches and he needs to find them soon. Rounds are slipping away. He does get in with a left hand to the head, but Cacace saw it coming and was able to just ride the punch and lean back and take the sting out of it.
Yeah, that's exactly what he done there, with a little nod of the head there to say, no, you haven't got me, mate. And Dickens, he didn't sense that either, because he hasn't followed it up at all. And both guys again land centre of the ring. That's good work there, though, from Jazza Dickens. He lands the left hand through the middle, comes over the top with a right hook, and probably the best 2 punches of the round thrown so far.
Dickens fighting low, got the gloves held high. Forward comes Cacace, tries to throw body shots underneath the elbows of Dickens. He'll be trying to get those gloves down to create an opening, maybe to throw big shots at the head. Nothing coming from either man at the moment. Right hand now from Dickens was parried easily by Cacace, who comes forward trying to throw a right hand, misses, and Dickens smiles contemptuously as Cacace then does get through with a left hand.
Yeah, as you said, John, you know, nothing really eye-catching getting through from either man here. There's a lot of feinting, a lot of like sort of holding their children. It's more of a sparring session, if I'm totally honest. You wouldn't think what's on the line's on the line here. Not just the WBA world title, but the career. I need more. I need to see more.
Yep, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Cacace is probably just about doing enough right now. The man who was the bookie's favourite got in with a right hand, and then Dickens ducked low as he tried to follow up with a big right hook to the head, Cacace. Well, there goes the bell to end round 8. Cacace round?
Yeah, I think it's a Cacace round, but I'm starting to feel like a little bit of a broken record here, where I'm just sort of repeating myself, because let me tell you, for anyone that is listening to this in their cars and they're at work, in their offices, and they're not got a chance to watch this fight that's going live on DAZN at the moment, if you're not seeing it and you're listening, it's very hard here, because John, there's nothing really happening. Nothing's changed from the first bell up until the eighth bell that's just gone. We've now got a 4-round fight. This fight could go one way or the other. But John Rawling, you've been around this game a long, long time. These guys will know that this fight is very, very tight. We need more, don't we?
Well, the cornermen, hopefully, are telling them that the Cacace corner, in particular, with Michael Hawkins Sr. and Jr., and several others giving voice in there. It's been fairly chaotic advice. I've got Cacace just about ahead in this fight, but not a lot between them.
Yeah, I'm with you, John. I've got Cacace now 2 points ahead, but it could quite easily be the other way, because there's nothing been really eye-catching from either guy. Like, look, I've been around the game a long time. I've been at a lot of boxing shows, and I've been in a lot of boxing gyms, by the way, and this is what I see in the boxing gyms. It's no more than a spar, if I'm totally honest. I get the mutual respect and all that, but come on, we've got a world title on the line here and a career in the balance.
And Dickens, who much of his career has been in the shadows, he's in danger of losing his title at the first defence. And I'm being told that Carl Frampton is scoring this fight emphatically to his old teammate Cacace. He's got it Cacace by 4 points.
Yeah, I don't see it as wide as that, but I've got Cacace a couple of points up, and I think that this is better work now from Jazza Dickens, who come forward and he landed a shot, and that forced Anthony Cacace to hold there. We see a smile as he comes out of the clinch, but did he get hurt there for the first time in the contest, John?
I'm not sure. He did certainly, his legs certainly didn't do any sort of stiffening or any funny little dance. There is a right hand there from Cacace to the body, but Dickens is feinting to try and throw big shots, but then not delivering. He crouched low, looking to create the opening for a big left hook, and then did no more than lean in behind the punch.
That's exactly what he's doing, John. He's doing all the work, he's doing all the creativity, and then he's not pulling the trigger. You've got to let your hands go, man. Come on. I need to see something. I need to see more here. The crowd needs to see more. Before this fight started, we had a carnival atmosphere in here. It was like a rave when the music was going on, and they've been silenced. And the noise you're hearing right now is the crowd trying to G these two up. We need it. We need it. We need to see something.
Cacace tries to deliver. Oh, the head's going again. Cacace was caught to the nose. He protests to the referee. The referee does nothing, and quite rightly, Dickens just keeps on coming. Was there a deliberate foul in there?
Well, the head definitely went there, and I don't know if there's nose damage there. I think there is on Anthony Cacace. Is that a broken nose? Because it's affected his performance, and it's also affected Jazza Dickens' performance. There's more momentum now.
We're going to be going into that Cacace corner. I hope we can try and make some sense of what's being done in there. But has the nose of Cacace gone with that, what looked to me like a headbutt from Dickens? Was it deliberate? Well, that's something which will be talked about and will be assessed, particularly if Dickens winds up winning this fight now. Well, that could be a key moment.
There's new sense of urgency around Dickens' work now, but that was better from Anthony Cacace. Loops the right hand round the corner of the guard there. He needed that because he was was losing momentum in this round. Now Cacace back on the driving seat, back on the front foot.
But too late, and he's not able to change the tide, and he protests again to the referee. There's blood coming from his nose and coming from a crack across the bridge of the nose, and now we listen in and we'll try and make some sense out of what's going on there.
His head's going to be worse. Right, fuck him. Paint at him and whip it up. Whip it up.
Well, we watched in close, and the head certainly went in, and it did look like a headbutt to me, Spanny.
Yeah, it was maybe accidental, though, both guys trying to throw shots at the same time. And listen, that's the game, man. You've got to go in. You've got to get your head tucked in on the inside. Jazza Dickens is a smaller guy, and Cacace was the one that come out with damage. It was actually a cut above the eye there, sort of on the forehead, really. So luckily, no nose damage, but there is now eye damage. This fight, for me, is razor tight. I've got Cacace round up, John. We're free to go.
Apologies for some of the language you may have heard. 3 rounds remaining, and the referee speaking to both men. But that was Dickens, for me, who committed the foul and got away with it.
Yeah, absolutely. He got some momentum going in that round. Now can he build on it? The champion, Jazza Dickens. It's not been a vintage performance from either one of these guys. The styles have not gelled well together, but there's a lot on the line. There's 3 rounds left in this 12-round contest for the WBA Super Featherweight title. And for me, John, this fight could be won and lost in these last 3 rounds.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That is the case. Cacace is trying to re-establish boxing superiority, trying to command centre ring. But he's not throwing any punches at this point, though. Having said that, neither's Dickens. Now forward comes Cacace. Throws a right hand and a left hand. Dickens with his gloves held low now. Misses with a left hand thrown from range. Fighting out of the southpaw stance, of course. Cacace fighting orthodox style at this point. Looking to create an opening for a big right hand. And still, both men are so reticent.
Yeah, it's really crazy because both guys must know this fight is tight, but they're boxing like they're a proverbial mile ahead, either one of these guys. It's just like, I'm struggling to work it out, if I'm honest.
Blood again around the right eye of Anthony Cacace. Now he gets in with a right hand and a left hand through the high guard of Dickens. They were definitely scoring shots. Looking to go, he gets through again with a left-hand lead. Good jab that from Cacace. And he's just maybe at the time when he needs to do it, is he just starting to settle into what could turn out to be a match-winning rhythm?
Yep, that was better work there from Cacace, as you picked up on, John. The good jabs through the middle, ripped through the guards there of Jazza Dickens as we approach the last minute of this 10th round. Sorry, the last 50 seconds of this 10th round. And for me, maybe, just maybe, there's another Cacace round as he throws the right hand left hook again.
Well, Dickens, having had his success one way or the other in the last round, and surely doing enough to take that round, he's not been able to build on that. And Cacace is backpedaling, trying to fight defensively, misses with a left-hand lead. The blood from that damaged right eye is not trickling into the eye at this point, so I don't think his vision is affected. Misses with a right cross as Dickens ducks low. Cacace on the front foot, feints to throw a right hand. Dickens saw it coming, and Jazza just stepped aside and made him miss. Last few seconds of the 10th round, which for me is just about a Cacace round, and that will perhaps put him further in front.
Yeah, I mean, look, I just can't really work it out. I think that Anthony Cacace may have stole that round again and maybe just marginally in front. But Adam Catterall, I'm going to have to bring you in on this one, mate, because I'm not going to lie, our people that are listening to me on this one, I sound like a little bit of a broken record, because is it me or are these rounds repetitive? Is the same thing happening all the time? You know, who's winning the fight? Who's winning the rounds? Who's landing the punches?
The 2 best rounds were round number 5 and round number 9. Round number 5, obviously, is when Anthony Cacace up to tempo a little bit, started landing flush on Jazza Dickens and started to gain his own momentum. In 9, we saw Jazza Dickens do the same thing. Yes, all right, it was by hook or by crook, but he started to gain a little bit of momentum because the output started to land on a more regular basis. He needed to capitalise on that momentum in round number 10, which he didn't do. Cacace flipped it back in his favour. And I've got Cacace up probably by about 2 going into the final 2 now. Jazza's really got to put his foot down here, John.
Yep, I'd agree with that. He's got to have some big rounds. Gareth's got Cacace a clear leader. I've got Cacace ahead by 2 or 3 rounds. Couple of points from Spencer Oliver. So as Dickens' face is marking up more and more, he needs big rounds and he might need a knockdown.
Yeah, he certainly does. Listen, he needs to win these 2 rounds and win them convincingly anyway. For me, I've got Cacace a couple of points up. It's been a disappointing fight from me, disappointing performance from both of these guys. But you listen, you can have those performances. They can put that to bed. I think the winner gets Ryan Garner in their next fight. But they've got to come through this one first. All to fight for here. Round 11, 2 minutes, 10 seconds to go.
Couple of left hands to the body from Dickens. No power in them, though. He wasn't able to get into any sort of range where he could deliver them with hurtful intent. Cacace standing taller, trying to just flick out jabs, falling short of the target. First the right hand, then the left hand. Dickens likewise, short of the target with the jab, then misses with the left cross follow-up. Cacace backpedaling around the perimeter of the ring as Dickens comes inside, tries to stalk him, makes Cacace miss with a right hand over the top, just whistles through thin air, and Dickens is still finding it so difficult to find the payoff punch that he needs. He needs to find something big, and I tell you what, quite emphatically, he needs to find it very soon.
Yeah, he certainly does, John, but there's no real sense of urgency around his work. As I say that, Cacace lands a good right hand through the middle, and again there, can he build on that now, Cacace? He's the one that's actually starting to get through with shots, and you can tell, John, he's up on his toes now, as you said, moving around the perimeter of the ring. He feels like he's in front here.
He thinks he's got this fight won, I think, and we're into the final minute of the 11th round, and in his mind, Anto Cacace, the Apache, thinks that he can just box it out to take victory, and from ringside, that would be my take on this as well. Been a disappointing performance from Jazza Dickens, and by and large, he's not really had Cacace in any sort of sustained trouble.
No, he couldn't really do anything, he couldn't build any sort of momentum. Cacace has boxed a good fight, to be fair. He's dominated early rounds on the front foot. Now he's moving around the ring, and Jazza Dickens just can't get to him. Right hand goes through, followed by a left hook. Then Cacace wisely ties Dickens up. Good work there from Cacace, and another round for me in the bank for Anthony Cacace. Jazza Dickens needs a knockout going into this 12th round.
Yeah, I think that's pretty certainly the case, and I just think that he's got to be told that by his corner as Cacace taunts him with a grin at the end of that round. Let's go into the Dickens corner.
Throw punches. You can't win without throwing punches, okay? So you got in the distance, you throw. No 1 punch, no 2, 3, 4 punches. Sit low, start from the body, throw 3 punches. Straight. Don't go with a big step in. Step outside throw. Always running out. Double jab, backhand, front hand. Double jab, backhand, front hand. Okay? 4 punches, 3 punches. When you close, don't stop, just throw. Show that you want to win, okay? Show that you want to win, okay?
I think the advice is good, Spenny. I think the advice is good, but you know he's got to at least get the guy really hurt. He's got to step in, and he's got to take some risks, and he's got to land some power shots, or this title's going away.
Absolutely. Listen, there was a sense of urgency definitely in that corner. They was the way they was telling him there, but if I'm in that corner, I'm going to go, son, you need to get out there and knock him out. You need to put it on the line, get greedy. You know, it's one of these ones, you knock him out or get knocked out yourself, but you need to make something happen to keep your WBA world title. Can he do it here? Round number 12, Jazza Dickens, Anthony Cacace.
He's falling short with his lead hand at the moment, and Cacace is just scoring from range. Left hand from Dickens, gid that through to the bearded head of Cacace. Good right hand from Cacace. Dickens comes forward, now he is gambling, but it's too late, surely.
Yeah, you would think so, wouldn't you? I think Dickens needs the knockout. He will probably know that there was like I say, a slight panic in the corner there from Dickens as well. They know that they need something and they need something big, but he gets caught on a big right hand
yeah,
for the first time.
He staggered momentarily, didn't he? He felt that one, and just for a second, it looked as though he was unsteady and disorganised. Hurt, maybe. Cacace just navigating the outer perimeter of the ring. Huge wind-up left hand from Dickens. Missed Cacace, whistled through thin air, and Cacace again, that little smile as he knows that his tactics have been right here, and keeping Dickens under pressure from range has been the way to win it, and it's not been great to watch, but it's been enough.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think Cacace is very close to becoming a two-time world champion. All he's got to do is see out this last 1 minute, 20 seconds as both guys stumble to the floor. No knockdown.
No knockdown, and Cacace again smiles, almost laughs contemptuously in the direction of Dickens. Right hand from Cacace was through the guard. That was a scoring shot, and another one. Cacace holds him down as Dickens tries to bully his way forward and get into range to find some big shot. He needs one of these huge left hands to land. He got a one straight left through, which did score, but not hard enough, not damaging enough.
Yeah, but Johnny walked onto a straight right hand of his own as well. Listen, he's got to do that though. He has to gamble now. You know, this is not about boxing IQ now. This needs to be rough, it needs to be tough, it needs to be dirty, and Dickens has to do that if he's going to get anything out of this one with less than 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, the clock ticks down, coming down towards 20 seconds now, and the Irish fans are celebrating. They think that it's another victory for their home man, albeit a Belfast man, Anthony Cacace, a man of faith, a family man, somebody who's paid his dues in the sport, lands another solid right hand. Carl Frampton, who used to be in the same gym as Cacace, he's got him a long way in front. Cacace saying to Dickens, come on, and the two embrace. Dickens throws his arm into the air, but more out of hope than expectancy, I suspect, and Cacace celebrates as though he knows that he's going to be named as the winner.
Yeah, I think so. I've got this one, 117, 113, 4 rounds to Anthony Cacace, 117, 113. I think he run out a clear winner there towards the end. You know, the championship rounds, that's when he delivered. He upped the game a little bit. He kept the space, kept the distance, landing the right hands through the middle. Yeah, and I think it's a clear victory there. Both guys embracing in the centre of the ring. They've gained that mutual respect between each other. They're all laughs, they're all smiles. Both guys are safe. But John, I'm going to say it, I think Cacace has run out a clear winner there.
I think Dickens was very disappointing on the night. I think that, you know, as the champion, he really should have delivered more than he did. Cacace will be the one who moves on. They'll get the big fight probably in Southampton, probably against Ryan Garner. That's the way that the whispers are suggesting that Cacace will move next. But he'll head on to another big payday.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, at the ripe old age of 37, he's still going, he's still pulling out victories, still looks dangerous. And more importantly, John, he's difficult to beat. You know, he's a smart guy, switches from orthodox to southpaw, throws good right hands through the middle, dangerous with the left hooks as well.
Let me ask you a question, Spence. When you have someone's force field you can't get through sometimes, which happened for Jazza more tonight than it did for Anto, when you're faced with that, are there sometimes ways that your brain is unable to nullify that? Your brain is unable to break through and find that, go through that force field?
Yes, in the early rounds, Gareth, yes, because you just can't do that. But when you get into those championship rounds, it becomes a psychological battle, not a physical battle, because the physicality is needed.
And he lost it inside himself tonight then,
in those championship rounds, he allowed Cacace to keep his distance on the back foot. He needs to put his head on his chest, even put his head on his nose, wherever, use his elbows, do what you've got to do.
I mean, I'm assuming, we're we're all assuming that Cacace's won by 3, 4, 5 rounds here. We don't know yet, to be honest. It was an extraordinarily close fight in many ways as well, John.
I think we're about to get it very soon. Thomas Schreiber has got the scorecards in front of him, and just as he collected those cards, Anto Cacace, right in front of him, shouted and waved happily to his fans. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Olena Polbivailo scores it 115 to 113. Judge Jan Christensen scores it 116 to 112. And Judge Giuseppe Quartarone scores it 116 to 113. All for your winner by unanimous decision. And new WBA Super Featherweight Champion of the World, Anthony the Andy Town Apache Cacace.
History-making moment for Anthony Cacace, 2-time super featherweight world champion. And you can just feel through the speakers, no doubt, as you consume this show, the excitement and joy from him and his team. No surprises on the scorecards for me.
No. I mean, delight for the local crowd because the Irish fighter has won, albeit across the border from Belfast. But I think there is a tinge of disappointment in the fact we saw this as a 50-50 fight. We thought their styles would gel. From outside the ring, it does feel slightly disappointing.
Yeah, listen, at the end of the day, all you can do is put on a great fight, can't you? And on paper, this was a great fight. It just didn't gel, it didn't catch fire. And I think, obviously, maybe our expectations were heightened even more because of what happened in the co-main event. Pierce O'Leary absolutely rocked the place, and these guys kind of didn't... It didn't do what we all anticipated that it could have done.
They really nullified each other. Maybe there was too much respect there. The words of John's commentary was brilliant tonight. Spencer's insights were extraordinary on an amazing night in here in terms of atmosphere and what we witnessed in the longitude of the show. The main event we were building up to because there was such an atmosphere in it, but you can't take anything away from Anto Cacace, who really, in the judges' scorecards and on all of ours, put in a dominant performance, but in a very unusual way.
Let's hear from him, shall we? He's in the ring now with Adi Oladipo.
Back then, and the new again, but this time on Irish soil. It must feel good. 2-time world champion in front of your fans, Anto. If you can, sum up the feeling right now to do this one back in Ireland.
Oh, I'm delighted. Listen, that shows you what a poor night at the office and against Stonewall won title. So, plenty more. Jazza's got a dodgy style. He's southpaw. You know, he hit me with a head a lot. I couldn't commit. But I'm the new world champion. Let's go up there, fucking Andy Town!
All week you're saying, look, it's now Anto about legacy, you said. You said you want to be there with the likes of Carl Frampton ringside and Katie Taylor. You want your name to be in the Irish history books. I think your name's in the Irish history books now, Anto.
Yeah, I'd like to shout out Frank Warren, Simon Legg. Without these people, this all wouldn't be possible. Frank, put it there. Get that cigar in your mouth. Take one. On the Frank, get it! Simon Legg has come into my life and completely turned it upside down. What a man. Love you, guys.
Anto, it's been an incredible couple of years for you, Anto. Don't get emotional yet, don't get emotional. It's been an incredible couple of years. The IBO title, the IBF title now, the WBA title. What do you put to this massive upstart in your career? You're 37 years young now, but you're doing it at exactly the right time.
I put it down to my team, Mickey Hawkins Sr., Junior, Rory Dalton, Barry O'Neill. These people contributed a lot to my life. I mean, I walked to them 3 years ago and they stuck by me. I'm an absolute nightmare at the best of times, and they deal with me. They're not only trainers, but they're psychiatrists, you know, they're everything else. They look after me, and I put it down to these men.
I want to speak to Frank in a second.
I'm on a race.
come in with a cigar as well. I want to speak to Frank in a second, but you've always said you want the biggest challenges in the world. You look at the super featherweight rankings, there are some big names there. There's O'Shaki Foster, there's Ryan Garner, I know wants to fight. There's a man in America called Emmanuel Navarrete. What do you want to do next?
Well, listen, all respect to Ryan Garner. He's a great up-and-comer, but I'm looking at bigger names now. I want to unify the division. I want to have these Navarrete next. Saudi Arabia, wherever it is, I'm there.
Frank, come in. It's been an incredible career for this man. You wondered if it was going to get there, and he got there. I mentioned IBO, IBF, now WBA world title. He wants the big ones next, Frank. What an amazing story this man is.
Well, he's two-time world champion. I mean, it's unbelievable what he's done, and and it's all credit to him and his team. He's pulled himself over the last few years, got himself back together. He's always had great skills and showed everybody what it's all about. And he should be proud of himself, and everybody here be proud of him for what he's done. But we're going to get bigger fights for him. We're coming back here. This is his home, Ireland. This is where we're going to make the fights happen.
Just like to say thank you to everyone travelling from Belfast all over Ireland. Love you all, every one of you. Love every one of you. Appreciate it.
Frank, before you go, one more. He's been a road warrior for ages. He's fought in Saudi Arabia. He's fought Wembley Stadium. Can we get the likes of Emmanuel Navarrete and O'Shaki Foster here to Ireland?
Well, of course we can. Look at the crowd that comes out. The Irish crowd love their boxing. And I think this is a renaissance period now. And these guys are leading it. And of course we can get a big unification fight on here. I'll make sure it happens.
I'm going to let Anto go and have the celebrations. I don't know where he's going to, but he's going somewhere. But what a night here in Ireland, Frank.
I can't tell you. This is what for us in boxing, these are nights we dream of. Sold out crowds, unbelievable atmosphere, and really good quality fights. Good young stars coming through. Great stories, great background with Anto. Pierce. I mean, what a homecoming he's had. It's just been brilliant.
We're just going to cut away from Frank Warren speaking to Adi Oladipo because Gareth Davis is actually with Anto Cacace in the crowd.
I am with Anto. I'm just going to hang on, he's getting into the crowd. I'm going to describe this. Oh no, he's disappearing. I might go with him, hang on.
He's gone over the barrier.
Oh no, he's going to see a friend to give his belt to a friend who's in a wheelchair. And it's an amazing moment over here. I'm going to come back to you guys and I'm going to try and re-find him in a minute.
It's just an amazing atmosphere here in the Point, in the 3 Arena. Anto Cacace obviously overwhelmed for himself. If you'd have said 5 years ago, Spence, that Anto Cacace is going to become a 2-time super featherweight world champion, with the injuries, with the inactivity, with the lack of opportunity, you'd have thought that I were absolutely bonkers. He snatched the opportunity when it came against Cordina, and now look at him, he's enjoying a real Indian summer.
That's what it was, the lack of opportunity, and he got that back in 2023, Saudi Arabia, where he was out there. I didn't think he was going to beat Joe Cordina, but he went in there and he done a job on him, knocking Joe Cordina out, when the referee stopping the contest in that 8th round. Since then, this kid has gone from strength to strength. He's fulfilled his potential and more. He's now a 2-time world champion. He'll go down in the history books alongside some great Irish fighters. It's a magical moment for him, and he's really, really soaking it up, enjoying this moment.
Gareth, document what's going on, because his team want to get him back in the ring.
Anto is actually just doing the rounds in the crowds. I just want to try and get a very quick... Anto, tell us how right now.
What's happening?
How are you feeling?
I'm absolutely over the moon. I'm on cloud fucking neck. I mean, and I'm still one.
I think we've just lost the microphone, Sadie. You might have heard a bit of choice language. Listen, the kid's extremely overwhelmed at becoming a world champion once again, so apologies if you want offended by any of the language that you've just heard. His team are trying to get him back in the ring for pictures, official photographs at this moment, but he's jumped the crowd and he's having it off with all his pals, man, as you would do in this moment.
Come on, man, he's a 37-year-old guy. He knew it was last chance saloon. He was in against a good champion in Jazza Dickens. It was always going to be a tough night. He come through it. He was victorious. He got got the job done, and that was important there. So rightly so, the emotions are running high. He's running around the crowd. You can't pin him down. Rightly so.
One thing that I would like to say off the back of his performance there, what he said on the microphone, I really enjoyed it. Listen, we've been speaking up the fight with Ryan Gardner. Of course we have, right? But Cacace's setting his sights on the biggest names in the division. He wants unifications. And with a crowd like that tonight, there is absolutely no reason whatsoever that Queensberry Frank Warren can't get the big names over here, pack out this place again, and let's hopefully create even more history.
Listen, Emmanuel Navarrete, the WBO champ, IBF champ, you know, Shaki Foster, the WBC champ. Let's make those fights happen. We can get those fights. We know those American champions want to come over here. They know this is where the big payday is. This is where the football stadiums happen. And guess what? He will fill football stadiums, that is for sure. You know, he deserves that at this stage of his career. We want to see the big fights, man. Give him the big fights.
Just 1 second. He's finally back in the ring, out of the crowd, in the ring, having his pictures now done with all his team, rightfully so.
I have never wandered with a microphone in such chaos with a fighter in the crowd, with them banging the microphone, with such joy around the place. And as he said, if you couldn't hear him properly, that's one of my worst performances, but I'm feeling better than I've ever felt before, and it's because of the magnitude of the night tonight, being in front of this crowd, and the fact he's a world champion again with another belt.
Yeah, listen, let's be honest, the styles just didn't gel. The fight didn't kick off as we expected it to kick off, but he navigated the moment.
He won ugly, didn't he, basically?
Yeah, listen, it wasn't attractive, but he's won, and I don't think any of us here are going to argue the fact that he won that fight. He's had his hand raised, he moves on now. I'm sure there'll be other nights for Jazza because of just the way that he is and the way that he carries himself. He's normally in super entertaining fights, so I'm sure there'll be stuff on the horizon for Jazza, but from an Anto Cacace point of view, I love the possibility of him fighting Emmanuel Navarrete back here in Ireland. And Frank's right. Something special's kicked off here tonight. Pierce O'Leary's got something. We know, obviously, Katie Taylor was in the arena as well. Her last fight's coming up. Anto representing Belfast in Dublin. Good times are ahead.
It's a renaissance, that's what he said, and that's what we're going to get here, you know. Like, we know the Irish love their boxing. We know the Irish produce great fighters, and we're just getting it again here. You know, it's one of those things that, you know, does go around. Like I say, back in the day, Steve Collins, you know, when you look at him, he was boxing here. And then you go like Bernard Dunn in more recent times, and then Katie Taylor. You know, now we get the opportunity to see these big fights now for this young man in the ring, and what a good thing that would be, wouldn't it? He deserves that, man. Come on, I want to see it.
The fight was memorable, but the fight wasn't memorable, but the night here was.
I'd agree. And I think it's going to get even more memorable. In fact, it might be a bit forgettable in the morning with the amount of Guinness and various things that are about to get drunk. St. Patrick's weekend in Dublin, and they've got themselves a World Championship fight to boot as well.
I got to tell you, mate, we come over here on Thursday, the atmosphere has been absolutely bouncing over here. You know, because it was St. Patrick's weekend, we were staying in our hotel. The Scottish team were staying in our hotel. They played Ireland today, you know, so you can imagine what it's been like. And then a magnificent night of boxing here at the Free Arena. What a night it was, you know, a real carnival atmosphere. Boxing is back in Dublin. How good has it been? Absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely
and guess what, boys? Guess what? I still feel like there's more to come tonight, don't you? I feel there's another chapter.
Well, there's two more fights anyway.
No. I'm not talking about that.
He's off down the Liffey.
I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about.
He's off down the River Liffey, mate. That's where he's off. Maybe off down to the Temple Bar. Listen, all in all, a Scouser and a lad from Belfast had a fight in Dublin on St. Patrick's weekend, and it was all live on talkSPORT. As Gareth A. Davies just said a moment or two ago, the fight won't be remembered as a great, but the event absolutely will. Mainly because a star rose tonight from the co-main event. Pierce O'Leary, remember that name. Big things ahead, and big things ahead for Anto Cacace. Thank you very much for tuning in to us. Don't forget, all the boxing does continue on talkSPORT throughout the course of the week, where you can obviously join myself and Gareth A. Davies live every single Saturday night, or you can tune into the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel for Talk Boxing with Simon Jordan and Spencer Oliver. More of those episodes coming your way this week. Thank you very much for tuning in. From Dublin, we're off down the Temple Bar. Ta-da.